Look at how long this is now. Whee! Crazy, bro. Ooh, it's coming together. It's coming together. Well, not really, but like it's evolving. It's evolving. So I don't know why that's there. True Lang, doing more development, of course. First thing I want to address is anonymous functions. So I'm actually going to make okay, well, two things. So first of all, let me make, like, you see all this stuff, right? I'm going to make a section called features, right? And go like this. So first of all, we have piping. So for piping, I'll use config. I'll use Haskell. For piping, I was thinking earlier about how, like, I'm using this syntax, the @ syntax for piping, but also for anonymous functions. So like this, for example, like if I do this, this creates an anonymous function that is equivalent to literally this. A function with, I don't know, like A, B, with A plus B. Like these are equivalent, right? Pretty much. Where A and B are inferred and everything like that. So this is an anonymous function, but then also for piping, I had it like this. So if I did want to do, for example, like let's say I had 5, and then I wanted to pipe that into @+2, right? Or I guess put it on one line in this case. This would pipe 5 into here, so you get 5 + 2, right? And I was thinking like, well, these are separate syntaxes because, like, if I want to do like a function call, for instance, like print 5, right? Or let's say echo 5, then I would need to, like, this would expand to echo. No, it would expand to function, yeah, so function A, echo 5, no, echo A, and then you call it on 5, basically. That's what this would expand to. And for some reason, I thought that wouldn't, like, this wouldn't, like, yeah, like, for some reason, I was under the impression that it couldn't expand to this, and instead it should just insert it, like, normally. But, like, it's the same thing. So basically, for some reason, I thought that this syntax and this syntax would have to be two separate things, but now I've realized, no, actually, this works completely fine. You just pipe into a function, and then it calls it automatically. Like, that's what piping does. It calls it. So that's fine. So, yeah. And then you have @1, @2 for targeting, but if there's one argument, then you just do one @. And you cannot pipe multiple arguments. That is the caveat for piping. Like, I can't do 5 tuple 3 and pipe that into, like, @1 plus @2. Like, that's just not a thing I can do, because a tuple is not an argument list. That's different. At least for now is what I'm thinking. But maybe I could have something like this instead. So like this will be, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously this is a bad example anyway, but yeah, so piping would work like that. So I guess the first thing actually is currying, I think is what you would call this. So currying, you would say the following statements or the following expressions are equivalent. So @1 plus @2 is equivalent to, I mean, I don't know why I just deleted it, but function taking A and B and returning A plus B, right? So those are equivalent. Also, Okay, actually, let's do like this first of all. So like if I do echo at, that's equivalent to a function taking a and then echo a. Arguments can be numbered for a specific order. So at 1, at 2. I could do like at 0, at 1. I guess that would make more sense, but because like 0 indexing, the 0th argument. Yeah, I guess I'll do that because that makes sense. But it would go up to like however, like let's say I have 910 arguments. Don't know why you would, but you know, in theory it would go as high as you need to. So I could do 1 and then 0. So I have a b would become b plus 8, and that's basically it. Then piping. So unlike some functional, true supports currying. As a convenient, I mean, first of all, is this even currying? Ask Claude. Is this currying? Or something else? Yeah, I know. Does at always imply exactly one enclosing function boundary, or can it see through necessary scopes? I don't know. So what's the official term? What's that mean? Like Scala's placeholder. I don't know what that means. Most common general term. Scala calls it this. Placeholder syntax. Placeholder lambda. Maybe a double side would actually make more sense. Right? Maybe. Anonymous function shorthand. Kotlin docs uses language now. Yeah, so placeholder syntax. So let me confirm this. Programming lang placeholder syntax. No, okay, fine. Scala placeholder syntax. Yeah. I don't know if Scala supported that. Did I know that? I don't think I knew that. But maybe I did. I guess I'll check my notes actually. Tour of Scala. Oh no, I did know. Okay. It's called currying syntax though, which isn't accurate. So true supports. No, so this would be placeholder syntax, right? Yeah. Similar to Scala, true supports placeholder syntax that acts as a syntactic sugar for defining simple simple anonymous functions. So with the $sign, the reason I think about $sign actually being quite good is because you can use it in strings currently. So like I want to have like hello like name, you would do it like this, right? So it's like inserting. So if I use it here, it wouldn't seem too out of place. Like if I $sign just mean insert, that would actually be quite fitting. And then I can use @ for something else yet again. Because I'm not using $sign for anything else currently, and I feel like this is a pretty good use of it. Like see like hello name inserts name. This inserts two variables, right? So I wonder if I should do this syntax or just do like normal brackets. I guess it just makes sense to just do this then, right? 0, 1, like if, and also if you do this, then it'll be positional parameters as well. So like this could be used for what though? Because like it's like the format string isn't like it is just a feature. Interesting. I'm gonna come back to the strings in a second, but let's say I use this, right? First of all, what if I put a name here instead, right? Like let's say I put foo, right, plus 3. How would that work? Doesn't really make sense, does it? Or like it makes a function foo. I suppose it could, but like then like where's the order, right? There's no order to these parameters, so that doesn't make sense. Or like labeling it and then put a name, but that also doesn't make sense. Also, like why would I support having positional strings like 0 plus 0? Like why would I do that? And then like add parameters, right? Why support that if I already support foo plus bar, you know? I feel like there's no point. And then you can escape with backslash. This seems very pointless. Is there any reason to support both? Or is it better to just keep the language simpler by only supporting... Well, I guess actually lets you reuse parameters, right? That's the main benefit. So I can have like 0 plus 0, right? And that'd be foo. Whereas here I'd have to reuse it. So actually, yeah, no, so actually that is a good use case, to be fair. So yeah, I guess I can support both after all. I mean, then you could argue why you support this one, but that's just for convenience at that point. Because like this one is a more convenient syntax, so I only support this one if I needed to. But I'm happy to support both. So yeah, these cannot be named because that wouldn't make sense. $sign underscore maybe for like implicit ordering, but that doesn't make sense either. $sign would just mean it takes one argument. Or should I require a number always? Also, what if I have like 1 and then like 5? Then it would require 5 parameters and ignore the other 3, I guess. Makes sense. So how you number it would depend on that then. So yeah, so then you have to do it. So then this would have to happen. You have to put 0. Arguments are numbered. So they can be ordered. So they can have custom order. And also be reused. Right, so just call these arg arg1, arg2, or arg0, arg1, arg1 plus arg0, right? Here again, arg0, arg0. And also be reused. So let's say I want to have 0 times 0 would be a function arg0, which is just arg0 times arg0. Yeah, numbering them just doesn't really do anything, does it? I can't think of any reason that you'd be able to... Sorry, not numbering, naming them. I can't think of any reason that you would need to number them. Arguments can even be skipped. So let's say I have $0 plus $2 would be a function with arg0, arg1, arg2, and just do arg1 0 plus arg2. Right. So then if I had 0 plus $2 exclamation mark, right, on 1, 2, 3, this would be equivalent to 4. And I'll assert this. Assert this. Here's a question. Well, I guess it just goes left to right, right? So like if I assert here, then this is stronger than these. So this is treated as a sub-expression, which I think is fine. Like, I don't think it's too confusing to the point where I would need to do this. I think this is unnecessary. I think it's fine to have this, right? Assert this, 1, 2, 3, and then is 4. Now maybe there's ambiguity here, having is here, such that you might want to like do this. But we'll see. Yeah, for now I'll leave it there, because it might be important, like necessary, but we'll leave it. But like, look at how concise this is in comparison. Like, even this is really concise. This is a lot more concise. Yeah. And then string interpolation. True's string interpolation works similar to its placeholder syntax. In that it uses $, with positional arguments, but also supports direct insertions. Yeah. So with positional arguments, you have my name is hi, I'm 0, and I love 1. And you'd pass Haskell. Yep, and you just pass name, activity. What I call it like this instead. It's like this creates an anonymous function, right? . 'Cause, So with positional arguments, with direct embedded argument, with embedded arguments. So hi, I'm name, and I love activity. Positional arguments allow repetition or allow reuse. Yeah, simple reuse. So zero plus zero is, or 0 times 0 is 1. Should I even support like this? I think, yeah, why not? So let's see with this, right? So like foo, yeah, so like, I don't know, so like num times num is num times num, right? And you call that. What I call this? I think so. I'll go to the double exclamation mark because that looks a bit goofy in this case, but yeah. And parentheses allow for more complex embedded arguments. So I can have num plus num, none times num is num times num. And this also works with positional arguments. So 0 times 0 is, then here you'd have dollar sign 0 times dollar sign 0, and then that would reuse it perfectly. And you just pass in num. So all these are equivalent, but this one is the simplest and the shortest, since it doesn't, well, since it uses the least number of things. And there's one more thing. Don't call the string. Yeah, don't call the string. Yeah, don't call the string. If you don't want interpolation. So I guess the annoying thing then would be that, what if I, because like then it gets annoying, like if I call a string with no arguments, then that'd be fine, like that'd be completely fine, but then it means that it becomes good practice to call every string, right? Just because I might at some point want to add, like to interpolate it, and then like it becomes tedious to add it and remove it, right? So I would actually argue it's better to just not have the exclamation mark, and they're always implicitly called, and then you just put the variables afterwards, which should be fine. I can't think of any case where putting a variable afterwards would be confusing. So rather than this, say if no arguments are given, an anonymous function is created. So if I have just $0 plus $1 equals $0 0 plus $1, right? Because a function with arg1, arg2, and creates a string 0, I'll say this string really, feeding arg1 and arg2. I guess they're just, it could embed it directly, I guess. It should be 0 actually, 0 and 1, sorry. arg0, arg1, yeah, and then just arg0 plus arg1. And then finally, the $sign operator can be escaped. America uses the sign for its USD currency. Cool. Now, what's a good language for this? Right, like any of the comments. Whatever. But yeah, so that's it. It's quite. I mean, it's very simple to get to wrap your head around. It's just very powerful, which is cool. Are there any? Can anyone poke holes in this? Just asking straight up. So echo $0, yeah. I'll read it here. Here. Take $0, very simple, just pass it there. 1 plus 0. I probably should explain the syntax. The function syntax may look alien, but essentially, to give a quick rundown, function of like arg, function a, b, plus b would just be function a b equals a plus b. Which you might be familiar with what I'm using. Add a b, add a b. Verbally said, wow, 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 wow. Okay, we'll see how long that takes. In the meantime, yep. Pretty straightforward, right? I guess I could ask AI, but anyway, so for piping then, choose supports piping as a method of breaking nesting into more readable code without having to assign a bunch of intermediate variables. So an actual example would be like, say I have a list. I don't know what my list syntax will be yet, but it'll probably be something like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It will use those brackets, and then actually, will it? I might even just do like lists, and then like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But then I need to. The thing is, if I do that, I need to build in variadic arguments into my language. I'd rather build in variadic arguments using this syntax, and then this is just like an anonymous list. And how a list works is it will choose the most. Well, it will choose the most like efficient. I mean, I could have it choose the most efficient format at compile time. So like in Haskell, I think it's always a linked list, but like I can make it like an array if it befits it, and then if you want to specify, you would do like array like that, or like let's say you want to do a linked list, you do a linked list instead. You could do a vector, or in my case it'd be like dynamic array. But like for a simple one, it would just be an array basically by default. Like I know that might be a bit controversial, but the thought process is then like it just makes it easier. Otherwise, I could have like an array prefix, like type prefixing for lists. So then you can specifically construct a list like this, but I don't know yet. But let's say fine. For now, let's say I did it explicitly. I have an array of i32s, and it uses this. Okay. And then I'm going to map it. So let's map our list. And the first argument will be our target there, 0. And then the function will be at times at squared, let's say. So at times at, we'll just do. I might add this as a squared operator. I mean, as a power 2 operator. In fact, I think I will for now. But I might just have pointers though. Okay, for now then I'll just do times at. And this would be 0 times 0. Now, I guess this is where it gets a bit funky. This here is separate from this, right? So like this anonymous function is different from this anonymous function. They're two completely separate things. Because this one is nested, it is its own thing, right? But that creates an issue where it's like, what's the locality of this, right? Like, can I embed a thing directly into here? Like, I think it makes sense to just have a rule where if it's nested in like in bracket in parentheses, then it's separate from anything else. But then that creates issues because it's like, this is actually quite interesting. So this is a problem. I can't do just like a simple plus. What techniques exist to make this less ambiguous? This binds the tightest expression containing it, not the whole call. One scope per argument by syntax. Ban nested adjacent placeholder scopes without implicit limiters. Yeah. Verbose but unambiguous. Also, I'm using at, should be $sign. If map expects exactly one function arg, then a bear this as 2 args to map is a type error to error immediately. Or just disallow it. Interesting. So first of all, this would be $sign. Second of all, I could introduce something like some kind of scope thing, but then I can't, like, I already have normal brackets here for sub expressions. I use square brackets for types and comp time stuff. So then, and I'm using this for lists. So I'm kind of out of options now. Actually, thinking about it, I suppose. Well, no, because array's not a tuple, it's different. Like, I could use tuples and tomorrow. Not really. Also, sorry, this is not even correct. It'd be like this. Yeah. So I could create a tuple here, right? So like if I want to construct a list, I must use tuple syntax. And then like that blurs the line between tuples and lists, which is arguably good anyway. And then it means square brackets can be reserved for what purpose then? For scope? I mean, there is a fourth brackets I could use in theory, which is the angular brackets. It's just like, first of all, that's annoying how that merges. But it's just not ideal, is it? But like, if I use this, I don't know. I don't like it. also like have like a prefix. Like suppose backslash here meant that this became a different scope. Whoops. Like it's oddly specific. But it would work. Or like another $sign. So like if I have $sign bracket, that means it's a different scope, but that's kind of confusing with that. If I do backslash, the thing is backslash is used for escaping. Or for piping specifically, limit it to one argument. I don't want to though, because like then you can do this, right? So $sign is just this, because piping can only have one argument anyway, presumably, and then this. But like maybe I want to support, I don't know, tuples, so I can pipe tuples, right? I feel like that would not be too, like, I feel like that'd be a pretty useful feature. So I suppose you could even like double up. It's like if I do double $sign, it means it's a sub expression, like sub function. It's not a bad idea. It's verbose-ish, but it's not a bad idea. And then like the lower you go, right, so then this would, so like this here would become a function A, or arg0, right, which calls map on arg0 with another function which takes arg00, let's say, that map that just does arg00 times arg00, right? And just to make this a bit more clear, it would be necessary, but you could do that, right? So like I'm mapping with these args, and that's my function. It's like that's what this would compile to. I'm wondering how to handle nested anonymous functions though. Yeah, I feel like that's okay. And then let's say, so first I map it, and then let's say I fold it, right? So folds or flatten. What's the term? So you have mapping, which maps across, and you have fold, also known as flatten, I guess. Yeah, flatten. So let's say we have fold, again 0, with a different subfunction this time being, the thing is like, this would be fairly common, so it'd be kind of annoying. But you'd have your accumulator, and it's like fold left to right or fold, yeah. So let's say it's left fold. It'd be left fold means from left to right, right? I think. So it'd be accumulator. It's a fold that with, let's say, just addition, right? So plus 1. So basically just addition. Basically just addition with. Question is then, what happens if you? Well, yeah, that's fine, because it's important to put it on the variable itself, because then you can mix, like, in line. Like I could have $0 plus $0, right? And that would compile to a function that takes a function, like, you know. Anyway, and then initial value of, let's say, 0. Yep. And that's it. So that'd be equivalent to having, again, array I32 of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we pipe this first of all. And then we pipe a function arg0 taking left fold on arg0, and then a function with arg with arg00 and the accumulator. Probably a better way to write this. That would be arg00 plus accumulator and 0. F equals, let's say. Func. Folds. So map with our mapping and map it, and what do you call this? The rule? Something like that. And then your initial, right? Or like could be start. Like empty equals 0. Because we have named arguments. Yep, so that officially will spill into the next line. Hurly murly. I mean, we could also just separate these, like, I do have that. So it calls map with arg0 and rule equals this. This is left fold with arg0 and these arguments. Which ultimately is a nicer way of writing array. Well, not even. Left fold. Left fold map our array I32 of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with rule equals a function, or we'll just say $, 0 times $0. I don't even know how I write this, but anyway, function arg00 times arg0 times arg0. Yep. And then we have our own rule. So we left fold, map, this array with rule equals this. Yep. And then second argument would be the other rule, which equals a function arg0 this is the left fold. Yeah, so it would be a function with arg0 again, and the accumulator. Okay, we'll call it x and accumulator. This would be x times x. So x and the accumulator. So we have x plus the accumulator. And start equals 0. Yeah, so I think both of these would work. But then in one case you have this. One case you have this. So like this is obviously the worst option of them all. Well, unless you like the piping aspect of it. Because this is nested, this is denested. So like if I had 3 layers deep, then this would look even more nested. But this would work okay. But like the next thing's not too bad here, just because we do have multi-line syntax. Meanwhile, this one is clearly the best, right? Because yeah, like you just map it, and although this syntax is a bit complicated, it's still fairly clear. I could also put these on multiple lines. But then it'll be like this, basically, just with simpler function syntax, I guess. Yeah, so pick your poison, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is only 5 because I didn't separate this onto a different line. Although I definitely could. And now it's the same number of lines. Yeah, so it really comes down to preference. But you'd be encouraged to use piping for sequential things. Otherwise, again, like this is nested here, and it can be a bit confusing. So there you go. Use more $sign for nested functions. So, for example, $0 plus 0, like this, will be a function with arg0. Let's go with xy instead, right? To make it a bit easier to read. Xy would be y plus x, 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 y, z, just be x plus z. Here you have x with x plus another function that takes xx and returns x, x. You might ask, Kojo, why the hell would you do this? Well, because then it's curried and you have to call it twice, I guess. So let's make it a bit more, useful. Xx times xx. Right, so call this once and you get 5 plus the function, and then, yeah. Same for strings. I'll just do x. X plus y equals x plus y. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, pretty cool actually. I'm quite happy with that. I think. Now there is a question of like whether I support, for example, nothing. Like for example, if I had 0 plus just and then like just times. But like, how would this be nested even? Yeah, this wouldn't work, would it? This work? No. No, it wouldn't work. But like, there's a question of whether I can just pass a simple function. Hold on. This, yeah, no. This you nested this, so you're just passing the value. Yeah, you're not passing the function itself. You're just saying something times something. Like in Haskell, if I put the rule is $0 plus $1. So notice how I can remove all the parentheses by making it multi-line. I think that's really cool. But anyway, so $0 plus $1, right? Like in Haskell, I just do map map my list, and then I just put times, and then it would just do. I guess it would just deduce that I mean a times a. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't really think about that. I don't know what that means about Haskell. Let me just actually confirm my thinking here, because I don't understand. But like with Haskell, where'd that come from? If I have a main function and I just do let not even, okay, we'll just print directly. Print. So let's map 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with times 2. Right, so this would double it, right? Or does the first function have to be a function? First argument have to be a function? Yeah. Right. Yeah, but I can't just do like times, right? That doesn't work. I have to do times, which is exponentiation. Or not even. Times itself. Yeah, what does Haskell allow? Like, I can do like, x to x times x, right? But like, can I just do this implicitly? I'm not sure I can. I can only have like times 2. And then like that one argument gets put in, but like I can't repeat it, right? So that's interesting. And with fold, I can though. Like if I do fold L prime, which doesn't exist, so I'll just do fold R then. If I do fold R, where there's plus, I need a second argument, right? 0. 30. Like this implicitly is, I believe, is it X or I think it's accumulator X, and then accumulator plus X. Yeah. I mean, I guess the order doesn't really matter, does it? But then somehow if I just do plus, it will implicitly take that. Because it feeds 2 arguments, anyway. Interesting. Anyway. None of that. Piping! Yeah, so cool features, eh? So we got political syntax, string interpolation, and piping. So we have anonymous functions. In true, all functions are anonymous. All functions are constructed as anonymous values, which can then be optionally binded to an identifier. So I create a function. So the general pattern is function. Hold on, I do need inline comments, so maybe I should have this then. OCaml style. Perhaps I do like OCaml comments. I'm a fan. So we have our comp time args. Or like for inline, maybe have like a dash followed by another dash. Maybe have that just end it. Yeah, so comp time args. And then the runtime args. No. Yeah, runtime args here. Colon. Okay, so an example would be like function with like t integer and then like I'm using hashtag still, right? Yeah, at bt a plus b, return type $equal t. Yep. We anonymous argument and anonymous argument. Holy moly. Nah, I still don't know how to do anonymous. Right now I'm using the anon keyword, but I'm undecided on that anyway. I was thinking about having like $sign for anonymous arguments. So I would do like $A, $B, and then like use them like this here. But first of all, that means that if you want to make something anonymous later, you have to then update all instances of that use. So then I guess you could argue then just don't have that there, just have it here. And that's, I mean, it works to be fair. Like, it kind of makes sense with the placeholder syntax, because these are also anonymous. In fact, yeah, they are anonymous because they have to be. So it's kind of cool. $A, $B, that means they're anonymous parameters, which means you cannot reference them by name, basically. But I was thinking, like, do I enforce that, or do I just have it be optional? Because if it's optional, then it doesn't matter anymore. But then order suddenly does matter. So I don't know. or like have it so that only the first argument can be implicitly named and the rest of them have to be named. But like, is that too much of a restriction? Because like what like, because then I can't like construct like a vector with like x and y implicitly. I don't know. For now, I'll just keep it like this. To be fair, so I have a b. Actually, let me use x y. It's a bit more familiar. Yep, that's basically an anonymous function. Simple as. You can also just do empty message, and I just have echo message. So typical full example, and then a no comp time args, and no return, with type inference, right? Implicit type deduction. Hold on. I have a message from my father. Yeah. 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 So anonymous functions, special syntax, string interpolation, and piping. So these are some really nifty features. In particular, the placeholder syntax is quite unique. The string interpolation is also quite unique. Obviously, both of these exist to some degree in other languages. So here, they're just here as well, and with some additional, maybe some additional functionality that may not be in other languages. Also supports direct insertions. For positional arguments, these strings are treated as functions with implicit calls. So you simply list the arguments afterwards, or leave them out to create, or exclude them / some of them, or exclude some of them to create an anonymous function. The reason, yeah, and then I'll put my at the end. The call, that call is implicit, since it should be, since you shouldn't have to add / remove the operator every time you decide to change whether a string happens to take arguments or not. Yeah. If you're piping, yeah, I mean, this is just equivalent to just this, right? 0 times 0, and this is equivalent to 0 plus 1. So typical, or a well-formatted example. Expansion of placeholder syntax, and then expansion of piping with placeholder syntax. Whether or not you use piping in whatever scenarios, in certain scenarios, whether or not you use piping for different scenarios, rebalancing depending on the scenario is ultimately up to you. Whether or not you use piping is ultimately up to you, depending on the scenario, and the compiler will not enforce a specific style. Yeah, so you can nest functions if you want to. There's no rule that says you cannot. Did I say, by the way, England beat Norway? I don't know if I said that yet. Yeah, England beat Norway. Awesome. And then Argentina beat Switzerland, which I wasn't hoping for, but Switzerland was playing a bit dirty. They got a red card because one of the players was trying to like force a foul. So like, it's completely deserved. I hate that kind of gameplay. In fact, an English player tried to do the same thing, and I didn't like that. I did not like that at all. But yeah, England won somehow, some way. I mean, it shouldn't have been a difficult win, but we kind of made it difficult, as Tuchel was saying, the coach, the manager even, because yeah, I don't know, like it just didn't feel very good. Like, I mean, Bellingham objected to that criticism and said that, like, what do you mean? You know, like, I think that all of us played very well. But I think Bellingham played very well. I think Kojo and Spence played very well. But I think a lot of the other players did not pull their weight. So, however Bellingham sees it from his perspective, he played great, no doubt about that. But the other players definitely were not quite cohesive, and that's why it was really difficult. But, you know, for the 2 goals we did score, I'm trying to think now even. Was there a penalty? No. Actually, I can't remember. Let me check. England versus Norway. It was 2-1, right? Yeah, it was 2-1. Jude Bellingham scored twice. Yeah, so the first score was again, the of the 3 players who switched on, it was Anthony Gordon passing to Jude Bellingham, and then he scored. Amazing. Both players very switched on then. And then in the 93rd minute, Jude scored again. I can't remember how he scored, though. It wasn't a penalty. Yeah, I can't remember, actually. England versus Norway, Bellingham goal, second goal. There's a high ball. It's basically copyrighted. I don't trust it.
Morgan Rogers lets fly. It's 2-1 England. Bellingham's there once again on the
That's right, it deflected off the goalie and then Jude just came running in and scored. That's right. So again, switched on like hell. Very, very cool. So yeah, Bellingham played great. Gordon played great. I don't know why Gordon was sent off. I don't know if you'll talk about that. Why was Anthony Gordon sent off in England versus Norway? People talking about like how he hit the aerial camera. Apparently he didn't, so that's just bullshit. But yeah, so I don't know why Anthony Gordon was taken off, but he was, which I think was a shame because I really like watching him play. But then Spence was subbed on later on, and Spence was on it. So again, great, and really good defense as well from like Dan Burn. Yeah, it was like Dan Burn was as a sort of a player also I really like. He also showed his worth at the Mexico game alongside John Stones when John Stones was subbed on. It was hype. It was very fun. But yeah, this match England versus Norway was a lot less exciting, except for those great goals by Bellingham with assists from Gordon in the first one, and whoever assisted or whoever it bounced off of initially in the second goal. I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, just saying that because that was a cool match. And then we have the England versus Argentina semi-finals on the 14th. So I really hope we're switched on for that, because I think England can play very well under pressure against like a good team. Where we fumble is when we play against a not so good team. I don't understand it. I don't know like where that comes from psychologically. Tuchel definitely acknowledges it, but for some reason like we just don't play, or like at least a lot of us just don't play like unless like the stakes are extremely high. Like that Mexico game had everyone playing like incredibly well, but then like against a team like Norway, who we should beat, easily on paper, we struggle against. So it's really weird. But Argentina is not an easy team on paper, so I hope that gives us the kick up the ass to actually lock in. And then I think it's beatable. And then if you beat Argentina, we're in the finals against France, and I'll be able to watch that in Spain with my family. So that's why I want them to get through partially, is so I can watch them in Spain as opposed to seeing England go home in my room. And I think I go to like the pubs to watch it there, but I don't want to go to the pubs alone because it's just a bit sad going alone. Bunch of sweaty men, which may be a dream to some, but I have my boundaries. But yeah, just wanted to mention that because I haven't yet. So anonymous functions, pseudo syntax, string interpolation, and piping. So like really the two, I mean these fall under anonymous functions anyway. And then you have piping, which is another function, a useful functional language feature. Now, with piping, alternatively, there's also a dot syntax, right? So like you can have, again, an array, I32 of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and suppose array has a built-in method called map, right? So what it would probably look like is like to iterator, right? And then call map on that with the rule 0 times 0, don't know where the v came from there, and then have dot left fold with, again, rule equals $0 plus $1, not again, it's different this time, and empty equals 0. So this is another syntax, and at the end, dot collect, right? So, I mean, first of all, ignore this sentence highlighting here as being a bit confusing, but there's also this, and the difference is that you have an iterator that iterates with these and then collects at the end, and that's like the Rust pattern. And the reason this is important is because it builds an iterator and then executes it optimally. So these happen in one step, as opposed to here where we first map and then we left fold. So like this isn't really the best use of piping. A better use of piping would be something else that I can't really think of, but this is like the most obvious one that comes to mind usually. But this is what you would do ideally. Yeah. And dot syntax is not global. So like it's like to iterator, map, left fold, collect, like those aren't just global functions. They are specifically members of array. And that's done through the array, what array inherits. Whatever array inherits, it has access to. That's how that works. So it's pretty straightforward. Alternatively, I could instead of to iterator, I could have, because like I don't want too many to things, like to this, to that. I prefer to have from. So instead I might have iterator from, right? And then map that instead. So I create iterator and then I map, left fold, and collect. At that point I can just also just do this, right? And then I don't need the piping, I can just have this. But I feel like this just reads cleanly anyway. So let me include both here. So, you know, whether you prefer this or this, I mean, this has less nesting. Piping doesn't have to have nesting, to be fair, but I do want it to, so. Like, just be consistent. The parentheses here, iterator from array 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I wouldn't enforce parentheses here, to be fair, because like it's an iterator from an array constructed with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like that's how you read that, and I think that's completely fine. In fact, do I even need from here? I might even just like iterator. So iterator array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it's just that simple. Or again have to iter, but I want to avoid having to iter. Now the question is, where do I even use from? Because from is kind of special. From is like I want to have implicit constructors for, yeah, just implicit constructors, but then also have a way like to convert specially. So like if I convert, let's say, a string to an integer, then I want a from. But then I guess parse is better, right? Having a parse function instead. So like basically I would have U32 5, which constructs a U32 5. But then if I want to have a string like 5, I'd have to do U32 from. But I think in that case parse makes more sense. And then you know, like you could like have parse string and all that, but like I think parse is fine. Just overload that for the different types. Like parse 5, or let's say I want to parse 4e, right, with base equals 16, like this. And then you could argue, well, Kojo, if I had explicit constructors, then it'd be like this: 32 from 5, or U32 new with 5. But I think just having implicit is fine, and then I just have explicit parse. And I like this. So I'll put this somewhere up here. It's not really where it should go, but yeah. Symbols. I guess I'll revisit these. This now means target instead. So this is target for target for placeholder syntax. Returns is now a double arrow sign. I'll come back to this case thing. I don't know if that's true. Unnamed identifier. Yeah, keep that one. I feel like I had string interpolation here somewhere. I guess not. Parens are for sub-expressions. Nothing more, nothing less. These braces, curly braces, are currently unused. No, for lists. That was it. Yeah. Okay. And then I think all of these are unchanged. For this, still not sure how I'm gonna do this. I mean, I don't need to have anything there, to be fair, because the next thing kind of deals with it. So circle, square, rectangle, this, and then if I want to make it inline, I just have this, right? I think that's fine. And then same with here. Right. For type as well, having like just an enum just like this, and for here it'd be like this. Something along those lines. It's like you just list them. Pretty damn simply. Like this language, this programming language will have like a grammar, but it'll be a consistent grammar. That's like the goal, really. Yeah, so I think I can get rid of this now. I have explore this. So features, almost functions, business hours, string interpolation, piping. What else do we have? Have a look at my examples. Pattern matching. Yeah, pattern matching. Unlike many other languages, there is no match statement. Or true has no direct match statement. Instead, the is operator is used, can be used both on single values and on lists of values. Can be used on individual values or expressions. Okay, can be used with individual expressions to produce a Boolean, or to create a Boolean expression, or individual patterns, or and with an if statement, and with a if statement with multiple branches in order to have something very similar to an exhaustive match statement. So compare values directly. Yeah. It is for this due to the is operator, there is no equals operator, nor is there not equals, nor is there a direct not equals. Furthermore, to make if statements, furthermore, for ergonomical reasons, ergonomic reasons, I guess. For ergonomic reasons, boom, and comparison operators. The comparison operators, bang, 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 but not literally bang, must follow an is. The is operator. So compare directly, so 5 is 5. Compare variable value to value, so x is 5. Compare value to variable value, we get 5 is x. Bind x, bind value, so you get 5 is define x. Perform, sorry, the ordinal comparison operators. But no, they're not ordinal, are they? Because there's order and there's also size, like magnitude. What are the boom operators called? relational operators. The relational operators must follow the is operator. So I pull in relational comparison, perform comparison. So 5 is greater equal to 2. Perform destructured binding, or compare value to destructured compare variable to value to destructured pattern. Okay, so compare value to pattern basically. So like x, so foo is sum 5. Perform destructured binding. Before that, to concrete pattern, compare value to relax to more open pattern. Foo is something. So binding, foo is some, define x. So underscored is basically just define something I don't care about. That's kind of what it is equivalent to. You could think of it that way. But it's like, do I have to define just empty as well? I don't know. So this is 5. To a wildcard pattern. They use negation, would just be not 5 is 5. Do I need to put it in brackets? Probably. So not 5 is 3. Could provide just some more wildcard pattern. To wildcard pattern. Also, like, how about foo is some greater than 2, or greater or equal to 2? Like C# does, right? How do I justify that? Well, I guess it's fine because like, it just says is. Like how you have is 5, you can have is could equal to 2. So yeah, it's the same thing, right? So perform destructured comparison, destructured binding, and I think that's it. And finally, bind to anything. Foo is bind to anything. Yeah. Um, um, rather than have a separate match statement, true integrates is directly into if statements, such that you can list cases to have exhaustive pattern matching. So we have, first of all, we have non-exhaustive pattern matching, or just not non-exhaustive. So if shape is circle, then return, or then echo, I am a circle. Or for exhaustive, if shape is, and then you have circle, echo, I am a circle, square, echo, I am a square, fucking rectangle. I mean, squares are rectangles though. Triangle, echo, I am a triangle, echo, what shape am I? And you can optionally do this. I would personally advocate for it. Yeah. Oh, and also guards, right? So circle, and then I'll probably have like an if. And then pattern guards are nothing special. So you say like if shape is circle, define radius, and radius is more than 10, then echo I am a big circle. If it's a square, yeah. Otherwise, there's nothing special about me. I mean, it's simple, right? Like, there's no additional if here. Like, you just put and, because it just carries on from this. So if shape is circle and radius is more than 10. Yeah, and then you can also have nested. So no exhaustive, padding guards are nothing special. Padding guards are just normal expressions. And then you've nested if statements. So if shape is a circle, define radius. Then if radius is, and you have like more than 10, echo I am a big circle, go to 5, echo I am a decent, I am a normal circle, otherwise echo I am small, I am a small circle, greater than 0. And then like defaults would just be echo I am a what's the word? What's the thing inside a black hole? A singularity. Yep, otherwise if I'm a square, define length, and just echo I am a square of length. Otherwise echo who am I? Yeah. Now there's an argument here that the nesting goes too deep. And some would argue that therefore I should support something like this instead. Don't know how that went back so far. What? That's a weird quirk. Apparently, if you try to start something with this, then that just gets fucked. Can I change that behavior? Why would it do that? Okay, that's really weird. I don't know why it does that. Anyway, you get this. If shape is circle, def radius, if radius no, not even. It'd just be and, right? Yeah. Holy moly, it's so nice having is expressions, dude. Holy shit. Look at that. So then the nesting is just one layer deep. Man, it feels so good to cook, you know what I'm saying? There you go. And that's pattern matching. Very cool. So those are some features. What other features you got? I said already have first class functions. First class types. Those are first class patterns, right? Of sorts. So that's here. because there's subtypes. But even without subtypes, yeah, like even did I change the pattern matching syntax? I did. I have this. This is different from this, right? Impl match. Yeah. I first of all remove this because it's redundant. Compiler error, left of is expected value. Yeah. So the way I settled on it was you just have the ability to pattern match. This is a value. This is a pattern. They look the same. No, this is a pattern. But like this should be a value. I've now decided. I've decided that the language should have this be a value. Because there's no from. So like this case doesn't exist. It's just this. And it'd be like this. So this is value comparison. This is a pattern. And this is a value. This is also a pattern. Because these are identical anyway. So that just doesn't matter. Yeah, a bit simpler now. And then you can just bind onto it. So this would just be the constructor. And this would be the pattern matching capabilities. So then for a struct to be able, so for a struct to support pattern matching, you would need to have this. Define is, we have these parameters and we have this, right? And the reason they're separate is because if I were to make them the same, I would need to pair each thing to each constructor, and there isn't really a great way to do that. I suppose I could have this actually. So like, you see how I have from, right? I could also have is. Delete this here. So then I don't have a matchable thing. I just define it here. So I have from and is, and then I define that as part of the trait. So if I can convert from it, then I can optionally convert to it. Then again, that's optional. Or should I enforce it that if I can convert from it, I can also convert to it? Or at least check if it's valid, sorry, is. I think I have to. Because like I want to check, like let's say I want to check if, like say I want to check if 5 is, or like 5 U16 let's say, is as U32, right? This would be true because I have my from definition for U16 and I also have my is definition for U16, right? And from is the way that from works, it is specifically for constructors where you have a perfect mapping from A to B, such that you can also map from B to A. That's how it works. And there should even be there should probably also be a unique mapping in that sense. So again, you can convert back. So I guess the word is like injective or something like that. I forget the specific term. So then, well, let's look it up. Injective. Injective functions map every individual input to their own unique output. Yeah. So they're injective. They should be injective. In theory, maybe. So then, in that sense, I can compare this, and this would be true. Likewise, I can compare U32, then constructing a 5, right? This is also fine, because again, it's comparing this to this, and it's pattern matching against it. So I feel like that makes sense. And then it's mandatory. The thing is, though, there are some situations where it can probably be deduced. Maybe not, though. Yeah, maybe not. Also, there is no conversion from... Like, I can't do U8. I can't construct a U8 with like 9,534. I can't do that because that's too big, right? U8 max is 255, so that's not valid. For this, I would need to do something like parse or something along those lines, which will then create a non-injective mapping. So this would be like 255, for example. Although really for this kind of case, it'd be more like clamp. Right, something like that. Or even like wrap. So then you get whatever this divided by this is, more or less. Well, sorry, this modulo this even. That's different, right? And you can't match against that. So I think that works. And then... yeah, you just have this. Now, with a new syntax as well, first of all, that should be different. So with a new syntax, it would look like customer ID, colon, bang, name equals this equals this, is this. So you'd have to wrap that, yeah, like that. And before you know, argue that, hold on Kojo, we are using so many, like we have to use parentheses anywhere. If you didn't have parentheses, it would just be like this instead. Like, you still use parentheses, it's just here, so like you kind of care about it less. This is the same amount of parenthesesing, it just is around the entire expression instead, which arguably makes even more sense. There's a question of whether I enforce it here as well. I think I will, just because it makes it look very clear. I don't really have qualms with that. But I notice how then, like, if I want to compare A to B, like, if I want to compare customer name ID this, and then say is the other thing, then it would work the exact same. Like I can do customer ID. Let me just skip the names for now, just for the sake of example. Although usually you should use them. Jeff, let's say 197. Also make it simple. Is, and then this would be the same, right? So that's the other advantage of that. And then you can also bind it, right? So you can say, okay, here I'm gonna have define. Sorry, there'd be commas by the way. This isn't functional syntax. Define ID. That would work. Wildcard. That would work. You know, so like so then like it's very easy to switch things out as well. And for the exact case, they literally are identical. So it's funny because I already wrote a blog post about this, so I'll probably write another post about it then later, with my changes. But like that's why I want to make the blog posts. Even if I change things later, it means I can document my progress, which I'm happy with doing. Yeah, things are coming together. I like this. I am liking this. I'll use the bathroom real quick. should really I was thinking I should really like I'd love for there to be a disco society at my university, like one where you just like learn how to dance, like like disco stuff, as opposed to like I don't know, like contemporary dance. Because we only really have like contemporary dance. We do have a salsa, and like I do like salsa, but salsa is also like very specific. Like I want more like it's like a free kind of dance. Like you just go to the disco, hit some moves, and like like you do whatever you want as long as it fits the music. Like that kind of society. But if I start one of those, I know I'm gonna get like fucking mogged by random people who join, who are like professional dancers. Because I'm not a professional dancer. I'm just a guy who likes dancing. So, yeah. I don't know what to do. Yeah, so sorry, so this would be like this. This would be like this. Where the fuck did it go? Come back, please. Yeah, so customer. There. And here as well. If you wanted to, you could also list these like this. If there are like loads of parameters, you can also do this. This is an alternative way to do it, but for one-liners, it's fine to just do this. In that sense, a comma kind of just means like connect the next line. Kinda. I could also enforce. I could enforce spacing as well between commas. That is like a genuine thing worth considering. And at that point, maybe even just use. Don't know how I did that. Just wait. Delete deletes forward. Wait. I knew delete deleted, but I don't know deleted forward. That's actually quite handy, because then I can use each for different things. Noted. I can just go insert mode, right? No, that just goes to the end. What if I do shift insert? What the fuck? That highlights to the. But what are these keys? That highlights to the end. Shift delete. Goes backwards. No, I pressed the wrong key. It deletes a whole line. Damn, these keybinds are actually kind of nutty. I mean, I'm used to getting rid of keybinds anyway, but like, how about alt insert? Does that enter insert mode? Nope. Alt ger insert? Nope, same thing. Because I don't know how to actually get insert mode. FN probably. No. So like, I have an insert mode button, but I don't know how to activate it. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Anyway, so at that point, maybe just use semicolons to separate arguments. Right. Not a bad idea, honestly. Just so that, like, you do have like uniform spacing. Honestly, it looks pretty good, to be honest. And I even like have a space here be enforced potentially. Is that too much? To have this also be a space. But then like it just means that everything gets its own space. Cause I shouldn't get stuck on the idea that like it should look like English. Like it shouldn't look like English. It should be a language that has consistent syntax and it's nice syntax. But then it's like, okay, but then do I also put spacing around parentheses? It's like that just makes it look really bloated. Probably not. So like how parentheses can be the exception, since they simply just wrap around. Yeah, I like this because like I do want the language to enforce not just white space like this, but like literally white space between characters, like this. Like if I have this syntax, the compiler should disallow this. It should disallow this. It should disallow this. Like it should unambiguously only allow this, such that all code is uniform and there's no reading errors, right? Kind of like how like in English, like there's no excuse for formatting. Like your formatting has to be consistent with other authors. Like you can't optionally, not have a space after a full stop. You always have a space after a full stop. Otherwise, people will say it's bad punctuation. Likewise, I want that to be a thing for this. So the issue with having the space after the colon is if I just have an empty constructor. Well, actually, yeah. If I have an empty constructor, like let's say it was just like even number, right? And then I had a colon. Like I kind of want the colon to have a space after it then. So that works fine. Fair enough. Although what I was really thinking of was a function. Oh, no, but void functions are just like this, right? And then it enforces space. That's fine too, actually. That looks good even, right? So let me just finish this. So like if I go down to my features, have a look for. What can I just collapse this? For anonymous functions, right? Like for a void function, that mean okay, this is void, but like it means that I have this. First of all, cool. I think that's actually quite clear. And then have a semicolon. And then for a void function, like true, like no args, completely empty, or body only. Would just be like a function that echoes hello world, right? Yeah, so I could do like define main hashtag equals this. Right, so like a definition, entry point, program entry point, definition, and there you go. Cool. So this message could literally just be echo 0 or echo $0. These are equivalent, which is kind of cool. Yeah, so then this white space makes sense here. That's solid. That's actually really solid. So I'll just adjust these as well. For lists, ooh, actually that's a good point. For lists, do I keep it normally? Oh no, these are args. Yeah, args are supposed to be like that. And like the thing is, the language has so many like the language has such support for separating like a really long expression or statement into multiple lines through either piping or literally just separating it into new lines, that having like loads of space here shouldn't really be a concern, right? Like for example, if I feel like this is somehow too long, I can literally rewrite this as a function 0 plus, or like, sorry, this function applied with the arguments 1, 2, 3, and then like pipe it into an assert. Like I can do that perfectly fine. And look, now it's, and like now you've removed this nesting, and it's chill, right? Obviously you wouldn't do this anyway. Like you wouldn't define an anonymous function and then call it, which is why we have double nesting here of brackets. because this just wouldn't usually happen. But yeah, it's cool, isn't it? Like, you have these tools to separate things on different lines. Or alternatively, you could just do assert, and then, I don't know, have like your 0 plus 2. I mean, at that point, you don't need the brackets there either. And then like have your list. 1, 2, 3. And then is 4. Well, no, because that's like a second argument. So okay, so no, this wouldn't work. Because this is one expression. Whoops. This is one expression. For this to work, it would have to be like assert like is, like this, like that. So then like this would call is, but instead of being infix, it'd be prefix. So yeah, it would be good to have some kind of syntax. Maybe even just have it like this, like just call is like this. Right? Like that's honestly not too bad. And then I just have that. Or like if I want to have like plus, then instead of doing like plus like this, right? Yes, so like this, sorry, 4 plus 5 would be equivalent to doing like plus exclamation mark 4 plus 5. And I mean, you could have it be naked, to be fair. I guess there's no reason to not have it be naked, to be fair, because like it's already unambiguous because the exclamation mark is touching it, that this means plus, right? So that's actually another benefit of having the call syntax being an exclamation mark, is that I can just do this and this works. Likewise, I can do is on 4 and 5, and that'll also work. So it'll say 4 is 5, or I can do like a not. 4 is 5. Now it's interesting. Not is actually a prefix anyway, so like it is already a keyword. So calling it with this would change nothing. But not, I mean, like not is a function technically. It's just kind of special because it doesn't do anything. And that's to have like not by default be postfix, right? So like not is specifically a postfix operator, and then to use it as a prefix operator, I call it like this. But then that just like, I don't want to have like two ways to do it like that per se. Like ideally you should only be writing these inline like this if you specifically want to have the arguments be on separate lines like this. Otherwise, don't do this. Like you should never do this unless you, again, specifically want to make use of the multi-line syntax. Yep. Functions are called, yeah, so unlike most other languages which use F syntax to call functions, true uses F args. Uses F args. So if I have, so I guess like echo, hello world, message, define main, yep, so single argument, multiple arguments, so say I want to have like add 1, 4, 2, and 7. Evaluates to 1 plus 4 plus 2 plus 7, like echo hello world, like add 1 4 2 7, with type arguments. So maybe I have, or with comp time arguments. So maybe I have what's an example? Add, I guess add as well could be a thing, right? Let's first do this, right? U32. Add U32. 1 4 2 7. So like adds U32 1 4 2 7, or as Rust does it, it'd be like colon colon, right? This makes it quite, this makes functions still read nicely, or this makes functions still format nicely when you have when you have long arguments that you want, well, when you want to split the arguments across multiple lines. Right, so if we have create window, for instance, right, with title equals my window, size equals a vec2 with now do you double nest it? It's up to you. I would say you don't have to. X equals, I don't know, 1280 times 720. Title size FPS equals 60. Color equals black, like dark gray. I don't know. What's a cool color? Crimson. Just say black, sepia. Yep. Pretty cool, right? Because there are named arguments too. That's important. Yeah. Particularly since since true supports named arguments. Yeah, so named arguments would be the next section. Yeah, I'll just mix them for the sake of clarity. But it's cool because like it makes it read like a declarative language, you know. Well, because like because it is declarative code. Like it is literally declarative code, so it's pretty cool in that sense, or even very cool. And same thing, yeah, with comtime arguments. You just do like create window, whatever, and that'd be there too. But so you know. Am I missing something? Optionally bound. Yeah, probably just bound. Is it binded? Was there something else I needed to justify? Oh yeah, defining them. This, yeah. So we'll have a function call and a function definition as well. So say I have define create window. Actually, that works pretty well, doesn't it? Well, let me. Whoops. I define, for example, say2, right? Equals a function with args name would be a string, message would be a string, and just say echo hello message for name message. Yeah, it's very cool. This syntax is so nice. Like it's so nice. I kind of like the excitement I have for one day being able to use it makes me very well excited. So named arguments. I don't know how I'm gonna do this yet. Like, do I have it so that you have to call certain arguments, or that you can optionally call certain arguments, or that you can only call the first argument? I'm thinking how to handle named arguments in my programming language. Now would be a good time to actually move my fucking camera to the other side, because I'm not even like I'm covering things for no reason. Again, do not use AI to just do things for you, but it can be a good brainstorming tool as well for you to bounce ideas off of. Because like again, AI is like I say again because I've talked about this before. AI is like a database, right? It's like a database that you can grep through and search through very easily, you know. Not necessarily efficiently, but like definitely easily. So for that purpose, like to access that well of knowledge is a really good use for AI. Not so much to like generate stuff for you, but like specifically to just like find stuff and like kind of, you know, like the kind of thing where you would consult like an audience of people for their like opinions, you know. It's like that, except like a much bigger scale and a lot easier to, you know, listen to, because all those thoughts are condensed into a translator, which is, as far as I'm concerned, you know, like the AI is that translator. Can I make mistakes? Yes. Which is why I wouldn't use it for any reliable information. So again, a really good use of it is brainstorming, because brainstorming doesn't have to be reliable. It's just ideas, right? Whether they're right or not, that's for you to decide. So you still have to be vigilant. I'm thinking how to handle named arguments in my programming language. Some ideas. Allow arguments are optionally named. all arguments are optionally named, but this means that function calls have the possibility, have the chance of being unreadable, or like hard to read. All arguments are explicitly named, but this means that some names are redundant, e.g. like print message equals hello. Arguments are either named or unnamed, depending on the function signature, like via a non keyword or something, modifier or something. But this, yeah, or specifically only the first argument can be, well, that doesn't work. Like that last option doesn't work because like add A and B, like I need 2 in that case, right? So let's see. I'm gonna get some water, by the way. Position by default with option naming, Python Kotlin style. Callers can name any parameter, but are forced to. Readability issues usually solved by convention plus linting, not by forcing names everywhere. How would linting do it? This is probably your first bullet, and it works fine in practice. Most calls stay positional, and most ones get named voluntarily. Current naming for optional and var params only. Swift's actual approach, parameters have both an external name and internal name, and you can mark a param this to make it positional. So the signature decides, not an anon blanket rule. Does it? Actually, I haven't seen that. It says Swift-ish though. Some params in the same function can be named, others positional. This is more granular than your third bullet and might be what you actually want. So you have internal names and external names. Why is that useful? It means you can change the API or the internals without changing the API, I suppose. To be fair, it's not a bad shout. It's not a bad shout. The syntax would be a bit dodgy, but it's not a bad shout. I mean, I don't think the feature proofing is really a concern in that case. Like, if you give it a bad name, then just stick with the name and keep using it within the function. That's not a problem. So then really it more just becomes for the positional arguments. But I'll look into that. First positional arguments are named and the rest named. Okay, I didn't even suggest that, but it actually said that. The subject of the print call stays positional, everything else defaults to named. Given truity leans toward explicit refinement heavy design, I lean towards Swift's model per parameter control. See, like, this is what I mean. Like, the AI can, you know, is in its database, knowledge base, knows about Swift, or has information on Swift, and so it can highlight this for me, which is really useful, because I've never used Swift before, so I wouldn't know this. Mind you, I actually will use Swift later on, next year in university. By next year, I mean, like, in a few months, but... So wait, so in Swift... Hold on, by anon, I meant a modifier per argument, not for the entire function. Okay. So in Swift, they're named by default. Yeah, mine too, actually. Position by default. Okay. It's so weird how the AI does this. Like, obviously I appreciate that it catches itself, but at the same time, can like it not do that before it outputs? The two real design choices bundled here: granularity per parameter control. Yeah, I don't understand why Claude does this, or like why the company behind Claude fucking what's the company called? Anthropic. I don't know why Anthropic does this, but anyway. Granularity per parameter control. Yes, this is good. Nice print message. Skip the name while resize with high keeps clarity. So Swift actually forces it then. So like Swift doesn't give you the option, which is interesting. So because Swift does it, now I feel more inclined to, or like I feel safer also doing it in mine, because like Swift has proven that it works to an extent. Default, name by default. Opt out with an on. Or one wrinkle with per argon call site argument order still matters if for the anon ones, but not the named ones. Yeah, no, there'd be declaration order for sure, right? And to be fair, you actually can reverse, like using the function call syntax. Hold on. No. I was thinking like I could use like $sign again, but like, the thing is sometimes even for unnamed parameters, you want them to be internally named so that you can use them, because like if you just have it called 0, it's kind of annoying. To that extent, even with the placeholder syntax, I could, you know, in theory, I could allow this. Wait, no, never mind. There's actually no reason to. Is there reason to? I mean, if I like this, I guess, like $0x, right? And then that's like x times x. But like at that point, just like there's literally nothing lost then. Like I don't understand that. Yeah, no. But for inside functions, you could do something like that instead. So rather, well, it's right here. So like instead of having like add, instead of having like function, anon a integer, and then like anon b integer, which is a plus b. Like instead of that, also it'd be probably like that, right? Instead of this, you could have $0 with the name A and $1 with the name B, and now it's positional. Or maybe do like A like this then, with the brackets instead. Just like it's more tight, you know. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea at all. It doesn't mean I'm reusing the brace syntax though for something that doesn't really make sense. Or like this, right? Or just have a space. So like it's literally just this $0 and then A. But I feel like that's just weird. I feel like having it like this works quite well. Or like A $0. But then like why don't you just do A0? Or even just A $0 like that. I think that's probably the best. Because then it's just reusing the syntax, right? This would be 1. You also cannot have the same identifiers, but the compiler can enforce that. Yeah. So this would be typical. So 0 here, $1. This means they're positional like this. And they cannot be named. Yeah. A similar syntax can be used yeah, so positional arguments, a true's placeholder syntax again, can also be applied to function definitions. By allowing function to make specific function arguments unnamed, positional, and unnamed, and thus unnamed. So if I have, define add is a function, or just even just a function, x $0 and y $1 is x plus y. God damn, this is so cool. Now at this point, do I bring back the at instead of a $? I almost feel like the at would be more fitting now, like y at 1, right? Because like $sign doesn't really have any, like the reason I'm using $sign is because I'm used to seeing it in string interpolation, to be fair. Like if I were to replace all of these examples with an at, it might even just look better. Because then this becomes this. Obviously the color is different, but that's just Haskell. Like maybe I locate just shaft the $sign because it's an American currency, and I don't want to use a specific currency symbol, right? Like who's to say I shouldn't be using euros or pounds, you know? I was here. You know what I mean? So yeah, let's go with at. Because then like it's very simple. Like it's x at 0, y at 1. Like it reads perfectly. It's just the colors are throwing me off. Though actually they're the same when I turn off, when I look in this mode. So echo at 0. The only hard thing about at is that like it looks kind of, like for this font in particular, the at sign can look a bit hard to read, that it can be confused with other symbols. I mean, not really, but I don't know, like there's just something about how it looks in this particular font. I think it's the way like it wraps underneath that I'm not fond of, but it is font specific, so you know, I shouldn't let that be a decisive factor. But yeah, at double at, right? Keep things pretty simple there. And it also does this, doesn't it? It makes this be this. So now like there's a direct thing here, like direct, what do you call it? I don't know what the word is, man. Direct like relation between this syntax and this syntax. Zero, 1, 2. Remove these. Can even be ignored. And then XX will be the same thing. There is a question though. Do I do at 0, or do I change it to be like at 0 0? Fuck, at 0 0, or like at 0 at 0? But no, because that can be just next to each other. Yeah, I'll probably just do at. I think that's the simplest. Like realistically, you're not gonna get so much nesting that you need like 5 ats. Like at that point, you have other problems to address. Or like at that point, the problem isn't the thing; it's you. Now an annoyance here is that you do have to number them. Maybe you want them to be implicit, but I think numbering them explicitly is fine. I think that's fine. But yeah, like it doesn't mean that in theory, if I have like a 10 argument, like 10 parameters, and I want to number them. So if I have 10 parameters and I want all of them to be positional, then if I want to add like one in the middle, I need to like update all the other ones. But once again, at that point, you have other problems. You shouldn't be using them like that. But yeah, then use as symbol here as well in the strings. I'm at 0. It means for emails, you do need to do like Kojo Bailey / at gmail.com. But like really, that shouldn't be an issue. So that's fine. Yeah, let me just update these manually. Or I mean automatically. Control Shift R, Control R. Okay, that didn't quite work as I wanted it to. Dollar sign. I think there's gonna be a lot of them. Let's go to the top of the features list. So replace. I missed that one. Replace. Replace. And add these here. Replace. Kojo Bailey at gmail.com. Yeah. Boom, 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 bang, pop, pow, bang. I need to update the syntax. That was a mistake. Let's just say like a list or something. It's a good thing I have such like what's the word? Astute, like such a tuned attention to detail. You know, I mean, not to self-glaze, but like it does come in quite handy. And now that I've said that, I'm like I'm gonna miss some really obvious things. Oh, that looks fine. Replace. Yep. Okay, cool. Collapse these as well. I've replaced $sign with @ read as @ and integrated them into my syntax. For positional argument, positional function arguments. So now the language feels so the syntax feels well connected. In my docs, I literally use these and then go on to talk about positional arguments. Should definitely move that up now, since I'm already using it. Yeah, I mean, if I were to rewrite this, I would, reference this first, and then have the placeholder syntax reference that instead. But with the order of how I figured this out, this is why you have this. That is not correct. Is what I sent even correct? Yeah. Change the fronting syntax. So we had before, which was fn x, y, x plus y. After is now function x, y, x plus y. Before anyone asks, why not just x, y? It's because of type annotations and other modifiers. So x, for example, as a integer. This has been such a fun journey, because every time I think I have an answer to something, I'm like, okay, you know what? I finally settled on this. I find even and then I move into the next feature, and then I realize, oh wait, this actually integrates really well with this, and then I can just combine this instead, and use this syntax here, and then use this here, and then it just gets really good, it gets really it gets really good. It gets really nice. I like it, because I feel like I can find order. There's nothing I love more than finding order and harmony. That's what this brain was made. That's what the human brain was made for. Pattern matching. Speaking of pattern matching, that's a feature. What other features do I have? Yeah, I mean, functions, values, types. Yeah, so the type syntax is going to be a bitch, but we'll see. Optionally named arguments. Yeah, this is not different now. There is also the infer keyword I was thinking of. But so what infer does is it makes you not have to explicitly say what the type is of a function. Like if I have add, if it can infer what t is, then it won't require it. But I could probably just do that anyway, right? Is there any reason to make that a keyword and not just allow it anyway? Also, before I forget, let me Swift. Swiftline. By the way, this browser, I mean, I've been liking less, so that's good. Obviously, it seems a bit slow here, but at least my camera's not lagging. I did have some issues with, first of all, my VPN. When I turned it on, I couldn't turn it off again, so I had to deactivate it and then re-enable it. That was strange, but not a huge deal. And also, I had to disable syncing for my extensions, because for some reason there's a glitch where my extensions just keep on resyncing, so it keeps changing my theme and adding extensions I deleted before. which is really weird. I am on the beta build though, so you know, I don't know if these are specific to the beta. I'm also aware that if I report to these issues, they could probably get fixed. I'm just really lazy, man. Like submitting bugs, honestly, it's kind of a pain. Like, I understand why they need to be so well documented, because like it helps people, you know, fix the bug, but like it is quite cumbersome to file a bug report, which is why I usually just complain and don't do anything about it. But if it becomes a serious problem, I will change my attitude on that. Anyway, docs. This looks very Apple, doesn't it? With a liquid glass at the top. I'm not a fan of like liquid glass. Also, of course, the fucking like the one language is actually made by Apple doesn't use the Apple window. It just has a generic box. That's kind of frying me. $0. Wait, so Swift has positional arguments. What am I reading? Vectorize check that a UTF-8 buffer is all ASCII. Span SIMD16. Okay. UTF-8.indices. I don't know what that means. Indices.reduce into SIM16. And then there's a body. Probably a trailing lambda kind of thing. $0. I'm guessing that's a bit or. Reduce must be a fold, right? I assume. So then it just ors it. Okay. Check that every entry is in the ASCII range. .max is less than .80. Fold each set of code units into the result. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, what I'm focusing on here is the syntax. Already, I'm glad that there's like a lot to break down, because that's what I want from these languages. You know, I want like interest. I'm lagging, but fuck me, I guess. I don't like how. It does feel very clear though. Like, first of all, without the comments, I'll be a lot more lost. Like, reduce into SIMD16 empty constructor. So like, is that creating an empty SIMD list? It must be. Oh, so it uses this syntax. Interesting. It does use CLX syntax, so that's a downside, but for some people that's an upside. Into, it also means I can understand it, to be fair. Into SIMD16. And then it must be like the accumulator and stuff. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. The positional argument is very cool. Expressive. I mean, I'm gonna look more into detail into this later. But at main, structure describe. At argument help device to describe. What does that mean? I know that's just like a lot of attributes. Oh, attributes. Attribute. I just realized that. That's actually insane. How I just realized that. That's kind of cool. I guess. I do wonder about using attributes. I kind of just don't want to. Like I mean, like, at least not like prefixed ones. Like, I'd rather just use explicit keywords and modifiers, because I don't know. I'm not convinced there's a need for attributes. Like, they help not pollute the namespace. That's true, but then you can just have, what's the word? Fucking. What's the word? Soft keywords. So like, they are context sensitive. But anyway. For interpolation, it uses this, which is interesting. Mutating func run. So mutating is a keyword. Weird that you have mutating but then func instead of like mute func. I find that to be quite strange and inconsistent. Let total equals values.reduce. There are no semicolons, so that's a plus. I mean, I will be using this language like for my app development module again in university, so I will learn this all anyway. And one of my friends uses Swift as well, so I wonder what he makes of the language in general. Values of sort in what manner? Let total equal values that reduce 0, and you can just add past plus as an operator, which is, well, it makes sense, right? Does it make sense actually? It does make sense, yeah, because like you're passing a definition and plus just does a plus b. That's kind of what it does, so that makes perfect sense. So should I allow that? Just adding plus? Yeah. And then if you want to have like plus 2, you do at 0 plus 2. And then that would create an anonymous function. But otherwise you can just pass plus. But like partial application must use the special syntax. Okay, yeah, I mean I forgot about, well, I didn't forget about that, but I didn't quite process that correctly. So it reduces by adding them with a start value of 0, and then it prints that. It is concise. Yeah, very interesting. And it's safe apparently as well. Well, I'm going to unload that tab because it is eating up my memory like crazy. I was going to unload this actually. I'm going to finish the Scala docs. I'll probably finish it tonight after I just finish with what I'm doing here first. Okay. Also, yeah, this I also need to revisit because that's still a sore of sorts. There's something else though I wanted to do, which was anonymous functions. Yeah, here. It also allows you to call infix operators as normal functions, as normal prefix functions, quite naturally, in a way that feels natural. So we'll have Haskell plus 3 and 5. Is 5 U32. Or is 5 U32 Or is 5 an integer, right? Although really you should only use this, although despite the compiler allowing, not restricting this. Yeah, so the compiler doesn't restrict it, right? The compiler doesn't restrict this use, although you would ideally only use it for breaking up expressions into multiple lines. So like is customer ID name equals Kojo ID number UID number equals first name, last name, Bailey, number, add 2026, what's today's date? 2026, 07/12, for instance. Is customer ID Kojo Bailey 360712. Yeah. Yeah. I was just thinking as well, with if statements, if is, that wouldn't do anything, because then it's like if is, I mean, like it would work, so like you could do this again. Echo the ID construction the ID generator works as expected. Yeah, let me just put that there instead. But like I'm saying like you wouldn't use it for pattern matching, cause how the fuck would you? Yeah. There you go. Pretty cool. Anyway, so you could simplify this with actually just like, funnily enough, this would just be array i32 1 2 3 4 5. Still not sure on the list syntax, but whatever. Pipe that into map at 0 and say that rule equals times. That's fine. And then left fold at 0 with rule equals plus empty equals 0. So actually, let me just use this example instead. No, it should be initial, not empty. Initial. What's a rule? Yeah, something like this. And then... Wow, and then... Yeah, I remember when I was in Spain, by the way, I had terrible voice cracks. I'll see if that comes back, because I don't know what it was about that, but it was awful. Maybe even Malaysia too, actually. Yeah, it was freaky. Like it was genuinely freaky, with how much my voice is cracking. Quite concerning. So this would expand to a function list, map list, with rule equals this, and this is the same, yeah. It would be initial. With piping, just be times. So like map this with rule equals this. And then left fold with this. Well, actually, because I have that nested, it makes sense to make this nested too. Yeah, then make this plus. Yeah, so whether or not I keep this really just comes down to whether I allow multiple parameters to be fed into this. Right? Because like if I only have one argument, right? Then I don't need anything. Like the @ symbol suffices. But if I allow, say, this and this, then suddenly it matters. Um, huh. Yeah. So. So in that sense, actually, you do have a parameter list syntax. Parameter list syntax is just this. This syntax is a parameter list, and that in of itself is an object. So it's not a tuple, it's specifically a parameter list. Now, why is that important? It means that you can pass them to things, right? Now you might say, Kojo, why don't you use a tuple, right? Because it's specifically for piping. I can't really think about having another a use anywhere else. I mean, obviously inside functions, but aside from that, because it can't be tuples, because tuples are just tuples. These can be named depending on the occasion. This is just a general yeah, feel free to pipe me. Pause. Whereas plus I want tuples to also be pipeable, right? So yeah. So let's say I have. So I can do 5 and 3, piped into plus. Or 5, or I don't know, 2 and 7, piped into at 0. Times 3 plus at 1. You are also able to pass parameter lists into. You're also able to pipe parameter lists so that you can process multiple arguments. These are argument lists. The issue with this though is that if let's say I have 2 arrays which are defined like this, and I want to pipe both of them, I can't. I literally cannot, unless I have a thing here. At which point, I need something to start it, like this. That lets me pipe it. That is an issue, yeah. Or a double pipe operator, so it's pipe. Like that, or pipe. That's just a bit goofy, pipe, like that. I'm inclined to just leave it and say, look, if you really need different things, then just at that point put them in variables. I don't want to say that though. Oh well. So this is 5 plus 3. This is 2 times 3 plus 7. Yeah, I'm just going to ignore that as an oversight for now. Well, actually, you know what you can do? you can take 5, pipe it into here with your other argument, and then pipe that into plus. So you get 5, sorry, like this, sorry. So you get 5, 3, and then pipe that into plus. It works. It's a workaround, but it works. So like more realistically, like say I have an array I32 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5, and then an array I32 I don't know, 10 9 8 7 6, right? And then I want to do like a for each of sorts. Can I what's the function here? Can I map? I can do a map where it maps each element, but it has to increase each time. There's a thing for this. I just can't remember what it is. Like in Haskell, you can fold 2 lists. Is it just fold? It is unlikely to be fold. I don't know how that would. What is it? In Haskell, how do I add 2 lists together? Like 1 2 3 plus 4 5 6 equals 5 7 9. Zip. That's right, zip. And then zip width. Yeah, so like let's say I have a zip width function then. So then it'd be like zip with zip zero and 1, with the rule equals plus or something like that. So then you can zip the 2 arrays like this. If you really want them to be on separate lines, like you can do that. Again, do I recommend this? Hell no. Does it work? Yes, it works. But also, like, I think at this point you or if these are if function parameters are literally first class citizens, then I could have define make args, make arg pair equal function with x at 0, y at 1. That gives you x and y colon x colon y. Now, what the hell's a return type? That's a great question. What's even like the type of x and y? Oh, actually, that's generic, so that's fine. But like specifically, what's the return type of this? I couldn't tell you, bro. I actually couldn't tell you. Yeah, it's a bit dodgy. But then, in theory, if you do this, you'll be able to do make arg pair, exclamation mark, and then just do this, right? So like, I mean, at the end of the day, well, yeah. So like, it's a bit simpler, right? So you make the arg pair, and then you pipe the result into that. Hey man, it works. It fucking works. You know, this actually allows you to this allows you to store function parameter lists in a single value, which can be quite handy, and is kind of like the first thing I was thinking of when I was thinking about uniting function and type constructor syntax. Honestly, at this point, maybe that's better. Maybe this should should just be the struct syntax, because these are the member variables, right? I think they are different, but nah. But like definitely have to be like specific to functions. Like these, like this is a function parameter list type. And with it, you can create a function parameter list. Structs will be different. Structs will have members, and the way you construct a struct is different. I'll make it so that you can only construct a struct from within the class, or like within the struct rather, through some specialized thingy, or it'll just generate a constructor for you actually, automatically, unless you override it. And then you just call the constructor like a normal function, such that you can reuse the same thing. You can reuse the same thing. Sorry, but they just won't be positional parameters, right? That's the main difference there. So yeah, this looks fine. So maybe have like this be a function even. Like what if it was just like this? Like I feel like we're going too far, you know. Or even just like this, but then it's invisible. But like then like just this by itself would allow you to. That's so stupid though, because like this literally does nothing then. Like this and this would be the same. It's just like it allows you to do multiple line. So I guess this, but like again, like same thing, but. So like it would specifically be for this use case. I mean, dude, I say allow it. I say allow it, bruv. Have this be like treated like a function in a sense. Perhaps. And there is the special boom syntax that treats the done operator, that treats done as a function. Sorry, that treats semicolon as a function, such that you can list its arguments across multiple lines. It's a solution, you know? You can ask questions here, but I might suggest posting your progress in your own language channel. You can ask one in Meta. I was just unsure. Really, I was just unsure. I was just unsure at what point in the language's development it deserves a channel. But hey, I'll take an invitation. Hey all, the Zulip is in the public to the Discord. You can reach by email, GitHub, or Discord here. What's Zulip? Can I advance? What is Zulip? Oh, it's a team chat. Okay, I don't know why that'd be useful, to be fair, but I can't access it anyway. So we have a wiki. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Let me check that as well. The fuck? I guess it's even moved. Programming, language, design, implementation, wiki. I swear it exists. It's just not this link, clearly. Okay, whatever. Design. I'll request one now then. Oh, here's the wiki. It has it now as a custom domain. Is this on Mirrorhees though? This does not look Mirrorhees. It's on GitHub. Good choice. Wait, I've never seen this before. I've actually never seen this before. I could have sworn I've seen this before. I actually have never seen this before. Challenges for your PL. Some ASCII numbers from a file standard in. Pretty cool. Game of life. GUIs. Articles, backend, LLVM, JVM, WebAssembly. Welcome, reading list, resources. Maybe I have seen this, but like it just got a reskin. Don't know. Projects? Yeah, I've seen this. It's a list of languages, kind of cool. Oh, wait. No, this is the wiki. Resources. Subreddit IRC. I'm on the Reddit actually. Actually, what's IRC? And there's no wiki button. Okay. I mean, there's not really much to the wiki, but I'll tell you what the big goal is here. But anyway. Absolute Cinema. Let's close this. Oh, Matrix, like the messaging platform. Matrix needs to be easier to use and easier to host. Tomorrow, automatic bot detection. It's interesting. Can I request a channel for my YP Lang? True. Or I'd like to request wait, they have a bot to make the that's actually really cool. How it's automated. I should really get into like fucking scripting for like Discord bots, because there's a lot you can make. And I could host. Well, can I host one? I could pay for hosting. You know, I mean, like, not really, but like in the future, if I made money, I could pay for hosting, and it'd be kind of cool. Speaking of which, I don't know why so many Discord bots just kind of like just stop working, because like they stop being hosted. Like, I get it's not easy to maintain one, but I don't think hosting is that expensive, right? Like, I think the cheapest I could see was like £1 a month, which is like £12 a year. Like that's not expensive by any stretch of the imagination, unless you're literally like homeless. But I don't know. Maybe it's like the user demands makes it more expensive, but I don't. Is that true? Or like if you didn't like a database, but are those really that expensive? Or self-host, and then, well, I mean it's not free to self-host. You still set up yourself, but it works. Although maybe unreliable, to be fair, for like global usage. There you go. Yeah, I got the regular roll. Very cool. This is it, chat. Wait, that's a roll. Since when are rolls clickable? That's awesome. Since when are they ping? Oh wait, yeah, they are pingable. What the fuck? Like for a second, I thought I was on Vencord, but no, that's literally built in. That's cool. Also, it's cheaper to host a Discord bot if it's just for your server, right? So, and do I ping Channel Lord for this? Oh, I see this now. Is that Channel Lord? No. Oh, okay. Fucking hell, what the hell? Gross, yeah. Jesus Christ. Okay. So now I have the roll. So I have true. Enable full perms. I don't know what that does. I mean, I assume, yeah, if I can press the settings icon, I can do this stuff. True. I can get webhooks. Yeah, obviously I'm not going to do that. Well, I could have Discord actually, GitHub stuff, but well. Let you modify the channel without going through the bots. I see. I see. I see. Cool. So my language is called True. So what's an example thing? Educational programming language. Oh yeah. Also, besides these languages here, you know, you don't know, Swift, Scala, and Kotlin. I also want to have a look through these languages in this Discord server. I added these just because the channel description is got by AI. That's it. But there are also other languages I could look at, like Whipple. This looks really cool. This looks really cool. Like, is this the actual app? Yeah, so like, you know, like, these catch my eye. Like, Z Sharp. I don't know why I chose this one. I mean, I can't remember why I chose this one. Hazy Haskell compiler. Because this guy pinged me about it, that's why. But it's a compiler. Fang had a interesting channel description as well. So yeah, I mean, I want to look through these. Now, what do I do here? I don't have like anything. Yeah, so like, I don't have a spec yet. Can I pin messages? Fijar. No, I can't pin messages. That's weird. I mean, I should be able to. I'm guessing that's just because I haven't updated that yet, because it was only a few months ago, if not even weeks, that Discord added the option to allow people to pin messages separately from deleting them. So yeah. So for the standard, like for my hello world example, right? I import standard IO and then I print line. I do want it to be so that you have to specify what you want. Otherwise, that way you don't get namespace collisions. So it should be like this. It really should be like this. The thing is, I'm not decided on how modules are even gonna work yet. Like, I don't know if modules will just be an extension of the type system, such that you don't import modules per se, you import types, which are just, in this case, a namespace. But like, I don't know, man. I mean, really, modules should be on a file level, right? But then, like, there's this question of when you make a project, what goes in which file? Like, usually, if you create a type, you that type is that entire file. Like in Java, every class is a file. I think it has to be. But same with C#. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so something like this, where you import standard IO print line, and then let's make these capital letters. standard IO. I'm aware IO looks weird like that. It should be like IO, but whatever. Standard IO print line, and then we have main. Define main. I've actually changed quite a bit. Define main as a function. Where you print line like this. I'm using C# for some reason, probably because I didn't have Haskell at that point. Like I didn't realize Haskell was decent enough. Yeah. Well then. A language that feels right. That is the motto. But like, it's called true, right? If a language that feels true. Maybe I should have called it right. In fact, let me change this. A language that feels right. There we go. Once you understand it, obviously. True is a language I'm designing that is very much that I only started seriously designing recently. I literally decided on the name yesterday? Is that true? Is that true? When did I name this language? Chulang, literally yesterday. That's crazy. Today? Last night? Fucking hell. Last night. Dude, what the fuck? Time does not fly, man. Yesterday. But it incorporates ideas I've had for a long time. It is intended to one day be a to be a competitive systems programming language. And possibly even make its way into the scripting language space. Similar to Mojo. In fact, it's yeah. Competing with C++ for performance, Rust for safety and ergonomics, and languages like Python for nice syntax. For nice, intuitive syntax. Not even competing with Zig for performance, C++ for power, for control. The syntax will be alien to pretty much everyone, but the idea is that once you learn it, you realize why it is designed that way and come to appreciate it. Not many languages battle test their syntax, but I am. But that will be a big focus for this project. But that will be a big focus for the early stages of this project. Yeah. Pinged. Why do you need ECS wholly over engineering? Why did I even do this video? 5 hours long, dude. I mean, this video is already 4 hours long. Please let me watch the video. I fucking hate the fucking embed. Like, it's my video as well. Like, it's something copyrighted, bro. What the hell? Why do you need ECS wholly over engineering? For fun. I mean, it's not just an optimization. It's a way of life. It's a way of life, right? DoD. Data-oriented programming. I'm vaguely aware of the performance benefits, but really I care more about it from an abstraction standpoint. Because right now you have inheritance, I like the building blocks approach to creating entities. Huh. So function. So capital FN, it will be the type. Lowercase fn is not the type. I mean, that's a choice. Because this just feels consistent. And then have this, and then no more anonymous keyword. Hideous, get rid of that. Do @0 instead. No more anonymous here either. Hideous. Page up. Why do I have page up and page down? Like, honestly, it's more annoying than it is useful, because I never use it anyway. Maybe I should use it though. when reading pages, but like, you know, scrolling exists. U32 a plus b, space there, here as well. No anonymous keyword at 0, semicolon, delete that as well, at 1, challenge a voice crack, challenge possible, awesome, awesome. Var. So right now the only actual keywords in my language are comp and var. Comp is for variables. Comp is for variables and only used for variables. Var is used in other contexts too. The thing is, like, I still haven't found a good way to unify comp brackets with comp keyword. In fact, I don't even mention it here for some reason, but comp is for comp time values, right? Like defining them as like bindings. Like if I want to make a comp X, like how do I do that? You know, like I can't really do that without adding a comp keyword. Also, this should be defined. I've decided that that's important because I need to have bindings. And because of that, I don't know whether var should go define var f or define f var. I'm also not sure if I should have def and var as two different keywords. Maybe I should. But then it's like variable x, define x. Like really then it should be comp x and var x, if anything. But the thing is, like, no, because it's not comp and var. It's define comp and define var. They're different things. So actually no, they should be modifiers on def. They kind of have to be. But then do I put it in front or before? You know, define x var or define var x. I guess var x. Yeah, I like that because then it's just easier to read that, you know? Yeah. Let's go with that for now. It is subject to change, but... I'm wrong apparently on DoD. Data figures it is a simple principle. Adjust the code to match your data and your targets in the best possible way. What is your data? You're most likely enough a billion entities with a bajillion components. Most likely ACS will sort out any simple implementation of what you're doing right now. If you're doing this for educational sake though, I recommend trying to figure out the implementation without Claude. You'll end up with a better grasp on how it works. That's a good point. True. Composable types. And you know what's cool about composable types? You don't even need trait system. I mean, it's a tower defense game. like Rust has traits, but it loads sometimes entities on the screen at one time, most likely. Just organize a batch of entities, which pop up a lot. Yeah, so no anonymous, just at 0. I mean, I'll just remove this anyway. Because I already have this in my features list. I need to condense this down. Holy moly. Even though the types are there as well. Simple IO. You would have to import print line and read line. It's a list in this case. Actually, what should the syntax be for this? Kind of like this again. And then allow you to split it across multiple lines. The thing is, like, you don't really want to have it be incredibly verbose, that like you're literally importing all of that. So, I don't know. Let's think about that. But, why am I in Python? So start, define main equals not proc, which is functions. I mean, yeah, also like pure functions, I haven't decided yet. So like, would it be like pure? Like pure keyword? I haven't decided yet on that. A function, print line, what's your name? Read line, pipe it into print line, hello, 0. And that just works. Because at 0 we'll turn this into an anonymous function. And yeah. and that gets fed in as a first parameter. I guess it does get fed in as a first parameter. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it would be. 100%. By the rules I have laid out so far, that is the case. So division. So we have a full file here. Standard IO. Print error line. Whatever that does, just do print line. Print line and get program args. Let's just use that instead. Echo inputs. So define main equals function. Haskell inputs. Define input, which is your program args at 0. Then D. Denominator equal to 32. Parse inputs. Else. Yeah, define else is quite a useful pattern. Okay, I'll come back to that anyway. Then print line. Arg must be a U32 integer. That's kind of redundant, right? Must be a U32. Just say 32-bit unsigned integer. Just return. Echo if denominator is 0. Then print line, arg cannot be 0, return. Echo 5 over determinator, denominator, holy moly. Holy moly, and that should work. Subtyping? Yeah, still not sold on this, but require x to 0. If 23 is even, then do that. If it's odd, then do this. Right? And subtype, same thing really as functions. Yeah. And you can put it in line, I guess, if you want to. Because it is an expression, technically. Remove that then. Now so we have this, right? Yeah, that's funky. Definitely need to work out this subtype syntax. Ignore this. This is it. I'll sort out later though. Thousands. Use after free So entity versions are to prevent use after entity references. If another entity holds a handle to an entity which was destroyed, and some other entity took up a spot in the array, you use the version bits to figure out if you're still talking to the same entity. Interesting. It is very interesting. Because, like, for a long time, it feels like we have designed systems within the bounds of what we can imagine and abstract and deal with, right? I mean, it's why a lot of modern software is inefficient, because we make compromises to ship things faster without actually writing good software. So then, Andrew Kelly, DoD, and all that kind of stuff comes along, and it's like, well, we can write in ways that are nice, or we can write in ways that are actually performant. And that's where DoD comes in. Even though writing an ACS system isn't particularly easy, nor is it necessarily easy to work with or nice to work with, as from an interface perspective, it still is efficient. I mean, when you need it, it is highly efficient, so you would want to use it, right? So it's very interesting. It's fascinating. Like, can we bridge optimal code for the computer and optimal code for the human? That is what I am trying to do with Trulang. Like, is it annoying to use ECS even? I feel like it. I mean, I have to use Bevy. I need to try the Bevy game engine because Bevy uses ECS, and I want to see how it goes around wrapping it like as an interface. Because I don't even feel like it would be that bad to use. Because like you just update all the health separately, and like health is like a thing. And like I don't know. I'm very curious how unergonomic it actually is. This is official? Bro. Yeah, no, this is fake. I don't have an appropriate gift for the situation.
Similarities is we both like to score
The similarities
goals.
are we both like to score goals. I think everybody can see that. We're both hungry for goals.
We are both hungry for goals. He likes to run in behind.
He likes to run in behind the defense.
I like
to do the same.
Yeah, and we are quite
And
the
we are
same
quite
height
the same height
also.
too. So you can clearly see the similarities.
Yeah, the differences.
Again, count. The differences, they're not as
they're not
many,
that many.
I think. I'm a
a
little bit older maybe, and a little bit more experienced. Why do you say that? This is so out of context, I feel. Because, like, not only did he not pass to Haaland, he also didn't shoot until, like, way later. So he missed a golden opportunity to both shoot himself, to shoot the ball himself, and also to pass the ball. So, like, also, like, he didn't score. So, like, how you can't really justify it given the situation. Yeah. Anyway. Features. So yeah, we have all that. The error system isn't so much wait, I guess it is a feature. But it's so deep. Their error system is actually quite deep and takes a lot more thought. But before I can do the error system, I really need a type system. Like a way to define types that isn't AIDS. Subtyping is pretty easy because you just create an alias, right, for a type. It's pretty straightforward. But like a type, like a struct, where do we go with that? Especially with data-oriented programming in mind, right? You want this you want to be able to create have a system for types where the user can create high-level structs, but create low-level structs, but use a high-level interface. What I mean is they can have, like, control. They can have efficient control. They can have their structs be efficient, right? But have an interface that is high-level. And defining those low-level interfaces that are efficient should not be tedious. In fact, the compiler can probably end up doing a lot of the work, but I don't want to put too much on the compiler, simply because you have a problem where the compiler does what you don't want it to do. And then, like, I don't have a language where the compiler does a lot for you. Like, I mean, it's fine for the compiler to make optimizations. That's fine. But what I don't want it is to make optimizations in ways that are surprising, and B, make optimizations when you really intend for something else to happen. So, like, really surprising, like, right? Like, with my piping, right, compare this, right, map left fold to this, right? This, the compiler should not optimize this to condense map and left fold into one operation, right? These should be two separate loops. The compiler should not optimize this because it is possible in the language instead to do this, to explicitly create an iterator, have a map, have a left fold, and have a collect, right? Or like whatever, like add map, add left fold, right? Whatever the case, you should be able to instead do this. And the compiler shouldn't, like, magically make this more efficient. It should just do what you tell it to do, quite frankly. If that makes sense. Right. When I think of compiler optimization, what I think of is eliminating dead code, potentially restructuring things to be more efficient. So, for example, like with a loop from 0 to 10, the compiler may reverse it, right? That is fine. It doesn't change anything, really. It's just a more optimal way to do it, right? Like it's still doing what I say, right? If I say map and then left fold, and it changes that to one operation, that is not doing what I say. That is doing something else. But, like, reversing a loop is fine if the output is the same. Changing the order in which function arguments get put onto the stack, that's fine because I don't care about that. I'm fine to have the language do that for you. Like, those are optimizations I'm fine with. Eliminating dead code, obviously, nothing wrong with that. Although really the compiler should also just not allow you to have dead code anyway, or like give you warnings. But I prefer not having warnings. I prefer having errors, hard errors, for as much as possible. Yeah, like inlining functions as well. Inlining can also be a compiler optimization because, like, again, it's not surprising. Like, yeah, if it can be easily inlined, it should inline it, and the compiler can do that better than the programmer can. So when it comes to like struct ordering, right? Like in C and C++, if your struct is ordered in an inefficient way, the compiler will not optimize it, to my understanding. Now, maybe that will change, or maybe it has changed, but at least at some point, the compiler did not optimize that. So you can end up wasting bits. Like, I mean, I've shown the example before, and I don't know if I have it here somewhere. I think here. No, this is encapsulation, that's different. Here? Yeah, I think it's here. If you look at structs, like if I order my struct in this way, then it takes up 12 bytes because of padding. But if I just simply reorder the elements, I get this, right? I get 8 bytes. So I save 4 bytes, which can go a long way which can go a long way. I also watched Andrew Kelly talk where rather than having arrays inside your structs, you instead have you put like sorry, no, that's not right. That's not right. Instead of having an array of structs, you instead give each struct member their own array, right? Because then the padding just goes away completely. Like, even with this example, if I were to create an array of this struct, then I would have 8 bytes each time. Whereas if I create an array of A's, C's, and B's, then this +1 padding for the uint 8 gets reduced. So if I have I mean, on a small scale, it's not good, right? But on a large scale, if I have thousands of C's, let's say I have 10,000 C's, right? I'm saving 10,000 bits of padding, right? 10,000 out of like 80,000. So like I'm literally saving, like it's fairly significant. And then you know, imagine that on like a larger scale. Let's say the padding was, I don't know, like 2, then it doubles it, 4 quadruples it, you know, where I have more complex data structures. Like, these things are significant. But what stands out to me there is that it reaches a threshold at which it should be, like, how do I explain this? What the compiler is good at for optimizations is optimizing on thresholds, right? The reason that you as a programmer do not inline your own functions is because the compiler has a better, like, the compiler is smart enough that it can better deduce when to inline than you can. In the same way, the compiler can better deduce when to use registers over the stack, or like when to put things in different registers for like function calls, rather than in different registers, different stacks, right? The compiler can do that better than you can because it's smarter about it. Likewise, you only get the benefits of having like the arrays, the struct of arrays as opposed to array of structs. You only really get the benefits of that when you have lots and lots of elements in that array, right? If I have a small array of like 4 members, then I'm probably wasting more space by having all those arrays. Even worse if they're vectors, right? Whereas if I have, again, thousands, then it makes more of a contribution, right? It starts to pull its own weight, let's say, or like make up for its own weight. Yeah, so pull its own weight. But then, like, where's that threshold? Then the programmer would have to like meticulously prove and like calculate, okay, well, I have this much padding here, this much padding here, so then if I have this many members, I'm saving this much padding, so that I should only use this when I have this much things. And then like, do you program that into your own system as well? So like your system is like set up with like an interface that it only does this when it does this. Like at that point, I feel like the compiler can just do that. So even with like ECS, I would argue don't have the programmer implement their own ECS system. Have the compiler be smart enough that it uses ECS across the board. But then the language is set up in such a way with like a component system of some sort, or like some kind of like inheritance model or like a composition model, where the compiler can deduce when to use ECS and when not to use ECS, or like that kind of using arrays of things instead of things of arrays, right? So that's my thoughts on that. And really, most of it does actually just come down to arrays of structs versus structs of arrays. Like, if you think about it, at least for what I've done for in ECS so far, also indexing over pointers, that's also another thing. But like, again, like, if you're the programmer, do you really care about the pointer specifically? Or do you more so care about just being able to index your array? Like, pointers, like, you don't need direct pointer access a lot of the time. Unless you're doing, like, really low-level, like, hacking into something, like modding. But even then, the language can easily support both features, I feel. Shouldn't the inner function be at the outer layer of the plus, not on the right side of the plus? You're now adding a number to a function. Shouldn't the inner function be at the outer layer of the plus? You're adding a number to a function. Yeah. Yeah, I thought that looked weird. X plus a function. That doesn't make sense, does it? So it'd be at 0, at 0, at 0. Yeah, so this would actually be the inverse. It'd be, well, not the inverse, but it'd be a function, I guess, I don't know. It'd be a function with xx instead, right? That contains the function x plus xx times xx. Now with this syntax instead. I believe that's correct. So actually, the double at should be for the other one, I think. Well, no, because this means deeper nested. So like it just kind of reverses that. So like this now becomes instant like this, kind of. I'm trying to think if that's correct. The thing you can do is to enforce that earlier argument must show up earlier in the AST. As in you can't +1 plus 0. Why is that? Wait, so it'd be at 0 plus at 1 times at 1. This would be a function with x at y with x plus y times y. I can have it so that if I already have it so that if too few arguments are provided, you get another anonymous function. Oh yeah, so these languages exist. I kind of glossed past those. Did I look at core already? I don't know if I looked at core already. But yeah, lots of cool stuff. I wonder too. Do you think DoD is something the compiler should take care of? Or the programmer? Because I feel like the compiler can be much smarter about DoD optimizations. It's just a matter of really. Isn't that what you're doing? Well, unless the language is designed so the compiler has the information it needs. Could C++ have a bar checker right now? but it feels like function inlining. The function inlining problem. Once upon a time, at some point, the compiler became smart enough to decide when to inline functions for the programmer, to the point that IRC it can ignore inline in C++. And the reason DoD isn't, has to be stressed, is becoming a kind of movement recently, is that most programmers CBA to compromise the niceness of their code to have optimal struct design. In 99% of cases. N64. I'm very curious. I really gotta get back on reverse engineering. I keep saying that like every time, but I don't know. I guess I have bigger fish to fry right now. Because if I make a language, I can reverse engineer in peace without being held back by my language, by the language I'm using. So this is just wrong. So this should be like dish. Yeah, nested functions, you just partially apply it. Like, it's really not even needed. I don't know why it just makes sense, but anyway. Hilariously, I removed it from my examples anyway. Because of plus. That's convenient. But yeah, like, it's just a non-issue. It's a non-issue. This is for a slow memory bandwidth, but a fast processor. So it's actually more optimal to not inline anything because it's faster to load on inline functions and execute them. Interesting. So how can the compiler know that? Right? Interesting. So the compiler should know information about its target. Yeah, right? Bro, I want to do like a jump style group so bad. Is it a hot path? Is it executed much? Hot paths are actually very interesting. Well, it can know. Declare a block as hot path. Which would be easier than optimizing it yourself. It very much depends on what tools the language has available to the programmer. Talking about starting that dance society, like a clubbing society, because like there is a pub society, you know, people who go to pubs and drink. So like surely I can put forward a club society where people go and dance, you know. Be fun. Be fun, man. Yeah, so DOD is on my mind. Yeah, so just for the record, Zig is not a language I'm intending to use anytime ever. But really, well, yeah, because although Andrew Kelly puts emphasis on data-oriented design, and Zig is designed to be a language that gives you more flexibility, like more granular control, to be able to do data-oriented design with like, you know, bit fields and like custom sized, custom width integers like U7, U15, you know, that kind of thing. The language itself, I don't believe, has any like features that has a compiler help you with DoD. So like ultimately, you're still doing it yourself, just in a different language. So like I could, in theory, do that in C++ just with less ergonomics, I guess. Or you know, the language I'm developing right now. If I wanted to add those same features, I could. What I want is something stronger, something that like lets you, because like I like the idea of Zig of having perfect software. I don't like how Zig writes, you know, and like I don't know why as well. Like there are obviously a lot of C programmers and Zig programmers who, you know, love Zig, much prefer to. I mean, Rust is not really that hard to, you know, have issues with, but like people love it more than Rust, people love it more than C++, more than C even, and again, like it's a low bar these days, but like people really like how Zig writes, and I just don't see it. I just don't see the joy in Zig, like it's not trying to be nice or like be particularly like beautiful. Like, you know, I mean, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but like, I just really don't like Zig. I don't know, man. I don't know. Const standard equals at import. Like, first of all, like we're binding. Yeah, like we're binding imports to variables. So like, I guess we have first class modules. So actually, I guess that would be interesting. I could try that out. And then you have aliases like these. So parse int equals standard.format.parse int, which also makes sense because that's like a, what do you call it? It's, yeah, I mean, it's that makes sense. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's just an identifier. Test parse integer. So we have a test case. Const input equals 1 2 3 6 7 8 9, 99. Const GPA. I don't know what GPA is. GP allocator. Standard.testing allocator. Var list. Standard.array list. U32 as a parameter there. Equals .empty. So like we're initializing it as empty. Explicitly. You can't do it not like that. Ensure the list is freed at scope exit. With defer. So I give defer, but like, I don't mind RAI like at all. Try comment out this line, it won't be freed. Oh right, the compiler would probably give you a warning for that, if not an error. Var iterator equals standard.mem.tokenize any u8 inputs, comma, while iterator.next num. So while iterator like has a next thing, and then we have the like the trailing lambda syntax, I believe. Maybe with num. What's is num from iterator? And then const n equals try parse int u32 num with base 10. Try list with append gpan. And then, so what happens if the try fails? Like, are we handling that? I guess it's a test, right? Const expected equals. Like I don't like the syntax. I don't like the syntax. I mean, like a big part of any language is just the syntax. If you were to take Zig, Rust, C++, even C, like any language, Java, and just change the syntax, it could do a lot for the languages, you know? And like, I mean, for me anyway, in terms of like having people vibe with it. And like the name, and a lot of it's also just name conventions. And like stylistic choices, like while it.next. I've never been a fan of that. Like I've always preferred while iterator dot has next. Right, and then num. Again, I don't know what num is. Is that like from the iterator? It must be. Or even just like a range-based for loop instead. So then you don't have to do iterator.has next and all that, and like it's abstracted away because you know like, abstractions are nice. I don't know what the allocator is here. But we're appending with our testing allocator, so that's our GPA there. And then n. We're appending n from our list, right? Like, I understand what's going on, right? I understand what's going on, but I just don't. It's not frictionless. It's not frictionless. But more importantly, I feel like it doesn't scale well. That's my real issue. I just feel like it doesn't scale well, and the program complexity of the friction will add up over time, and I've experienced it in many a language, and it really annoys me. And like I just don't want to use it, you know? I think Zig is very important in that it makes us think about data-oriented design and like allocators and things that are usually taken for granted in other languages and ignored, largely ignored, even though they are important things. I think Rust is really good at bringing the focus back on that, but the way it does it is very much in like more of a like in a way that feels more like an experimental language, you know, as opposed to like an actual language that will stand the test of time. Also, the comp time was also really interesting, but again, like I feel like mixing these things like parse int u32 with these, I mean, like you can mix them, but it feels more like this here, like just intuitively, this binding of parse int u32, this would be generated as a different function under the compiler, right? And like I know, like technically it doesn't matter, like the programmer doesn't have to worry about how it looks under the hood, you know, like in machine code, necessarily, but also they kind of do, because like these will get like these are different functions. Like if you're going to do external API stuff, then where you're what's the word, where you're doing like external interop, you know, where like you want to import functions from a library using a C API, then you don't have the generic, so like those will be treated as different functions. So like I mean, it's like it matters to that, but like even so, like it's not parse int u32, right? It's parse int and then like separate this into its own box that's like attached to it. It's like the way I have it, right? It'd be parse int. Well, let me just write it. The way that I'm thinking is you have parse int. I mean, really, really int. Just parse u32 in the box, and then you have your arguments, right? So you have your num, and then you have your named argument base equals 10, right? Or you know, implicitly, because we know what the base is, you know, just intuitively as humans, it should be base 10. So only add the base if you need it, you know, like these kind of features. And here, all I change is the syntax, but like suddenly it just becomes a lot more. It just feels a lot more correct, a lot more right, a lot more true. Like the parse u32 is part of the function itself. Like it's compile time because it's literally embedded into the function itself. The runtime arguments I feel like should be separate. And even here, honestly, like don't have base equals 10. Like honestly, like parse with 10 here, right? With base equals 10. Like parse with base 10. Or like parse, I don't know, like parse with base. Like there are different ways to go about it. Unless you want to support that at runtime because it's not integral, like maybe it should be runtime because it can be runtime, in which case then put it there. But like the type cannot be runtime, I assume. In which case you have this instead. So like, I don't know. And maybe I'll find that actually this doesn't work because you can have this be runtime, and then like the whole idea of comp time falls out of the programmer's hands and instead becomes a compiler thing. But for now, because of the distinction between comp time and runtime, having them actually be distinct makes like it just feels more intuitive in this way. Because like what I care about, and like it's not just where did it even come from? It's not just a programming thing for me. Like for me, it's like a general life philosophy. If I do not understand it, I don't like it. I want to understand it. I want it to feel intuitive because I understand it. And if I am looking at something that does not help with understanding, it makes me annoyed. And so I don't want to use the language. It becomes a friction to the point where it's probably the reason I haven't been able. Well, it's not probably. It is the reason I've been largely unable to complete any major projects in my time. Right, as a programmer, and I've been programming for now 3 years, 4 years in C++. And like a large fiction I can't see these projects through because it just becomes such a hindrance to me. So, which is both a personal character flaw. It means that I can't get things done as easily as other people would be able to do. But at the same time, I hope it means that I can also find solutions to things that other people can't be bothered to. But people do want nicer languages, for the record. People do appreciate them, but they just don't necessarily pursue it themselves. But then here I am. I wanna make it nice. And philosophically speaking, I have no obligation to spend my time using languages I don't like. Like, it's not wasting my time to make a language I like using, because again, I have no obligation. Like, wasting my time in what sense? Like, I'm not being paid for this, first of all, so like that's not time wasting. If I was being paid to write Zig, I'd probably write Zig and just get on with it. But like, if I'm doing things recreationally, there's no wasting my time. I'm doing it for fun. If I'm wasting my time by not having fun. But I say that because that tends to be a rebuttal for lots of C programs in general, just because C is like such a such a shit language compared to like modern languages. Like it just lacks so many modern tools that makes it just kind of like if you insist on using C over C++, like at least use C++ minus some things you don't like about it, but like really C++ isn't that much of a problem compared to C anyway. Most of C++'s flaws are either things you don't have to use or things that are inherited from C. So like it just makes sense to me. But anyway, rant over. That is why I do not want to use Zig. And why I don't see Zig as a particularly interesting language. The concepts it wants to tackle are interesting. It gets low level, which is is good for like learning how these things work, but like as a language itself, it is not particularly nice. It's just powerful is what I would call it. It's powerful, but like powerful again in the sense that you can like powerful in the C sense, not in the abstraction sense, but just in like the I can program things the way I want to, or like I can write my programs to be performant in the way I intend, but not so much I can write it in the way I envision and map reality. So I care more about languages that make that want to make the connection with the human brain to the computer, not so much a language that just makes the human bend to unnatural ways of thinking, but like unnatural in like an unproductive way, right? I mean, obviously productive in again in the sense that you can create performance software, but I mean unproductive in the sense that the effort it takes to do that is not particularly worth it, in my opinion. Worth it compared to if we had a better language is what I mean. Right now we don't, so that is why I'm doing this, because I need this. On that note, I think I'm done for now. The next thing to focus on for True will be the type. And again, I will look into DoD design, right? DoD data oriented design, to give me some pointers at how, like tips at how I might go about implementing a type system, and struct system, because I want structs to be as painless as possible, right? The programmer should not be counting padding, especially because generic types fuck that up anyway. Like if I have a struct that has generic parameters, like I couldn't possibly optimize that without handwriting like horrific, manual custom struct ordering code. Like at that point, just like you would prefer the compiler to do that for you, because I mean like in in the grand scheme of things. Maybe you have fun doing things manually, but like in the grand scheme of things, people need software to not be so tedious. And so that instead we can, apply our human thinking to the more important task at hand. Because like the aim of True isn't like to be recreational either. Like it isn't a recreational language to make programming more fun. No, it is literally like it is a language. I'm making it recreationally. That's different. I'm making it recreationally. The actual language use is not recreational. It will be nice to use it recreationally because it'll be a nice language. But also, I want programming to feel recreational no matter what you're doing, right? Like no matter what you're doing, the language should be able to be used for serious tasks without causing AIDS. That is what I'm the aim of this is. But yeah, so I think this has been good, writing these features down, finding some syntactic points of unification. Very cool. I mean, most of it was with the anonymous functions, but having functions down this well is really important. And I suspect that it will continue to, it will continue to change over time, even more so. Jesus. And yeah, structs. I said it. What's next? Yeah, I disagree. I think the compiler can possibly know. It just depends on what information you feed it. So we'll see. I think it's hot. Oh my god, my table's like really hot. Let's elevate that. Function x at x. Dependent icon positions. Honestly, nested functions are rare enough that people probably won't mind that there is no special syntax for it, as long as there is a syntax for lambdas. Objection. Piping. So for piping, yeah. Piping, I expect piping to be frequent though, to be common though. Is fg0 the same as ffn arg or fn? In other words, where does the lambda start? So with f of g call with 0, without looking at what they wrote, let me just expand this myself. You would get a function call, yeah, with the function x at 0, g equal x. That's it. So the former. Is this clear though? Fn arg0. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this was issues. Because now this would be a function. I mean, like, the double add does solve that again, but does it though? 'Cause, like, you need to have a way to have nesting anyway. So then I would need like F I mean, one option is to literally just have this. It's more verbose, but I guess this is my equivalent right now, which is far from ideal. I think like the reason this is bad is that I don't even like you can't use the braces here anyway, so like these are literally useless unless you do make them do something, but then it's like yeah. I think this is wrong. It'd be like this. That's x equals fg 0b fn a, yeah. Yeah, shit. So I can have map list with rule equals and I just want to have at 0 plus at times at 0. If I do that, then this would create a function. Wait, no, yeah. If I did do that, then this would create a function rather than I feel so unless there's some other way I can which I'm thinking thinking prefer if it didn't. There's actually a reason that I can't have just times 2 as opposed to like at 0 times 2. Like in Haskell, you can just do map times 2, right, on your list. But in my language, because there are default arguments, that wouldn't work. Because then because then like it's unclear. Okay, so like am I ignoring the default arguments? Like I don't. It's unclear. Is there a way that I can rewrite this? Where right now this becomes. I'm trying to think if there's a way I can rewrite this. Trying to think of a way in which I can have this rule still be able to pass. I don't know how to explain it. That's crazy. I actually can't explain it. That's insane. But I know what I mean. So map list rule equals so the first and most obvious solution is brackets with some kind of special thing, right? I could allow there's also this, although then you couldn't nest piping. List rule equals 2 piped into 0 Yeah, I mean, you just need some way to... I'm just... So that really distracted me. I'm thinking of... Yeah, just some way to enclose it. Like this would work. This would work. It's just then like add the fn keyword. As 2 uses. I mean, the 2 uses are obviously related though, so like it's not a big deal, but it's more just the nesting. It's just the parentheses I don't like, you know? I don't like the parentheses. I could have FN exclamation mark where... But like, what if I do want to actually like mix and match, right? Like, I feel like it has to be at the argument level. I feel like it has to be at the level of individual args. Because like Haskell map list rule equals at 0 times at 0. At targets the entire expression. At narrows one level, which is the rule equals sub expression. So you get a function x at 0 that calls map with a list where rule equals a function with y at 0 where you have y times x. Yeah. So I guess I was cooking then with the double at. So weird. Let me look at the piping example again. If I do at one here, it calls it. Yeah, no, that doesn't even work. I just realized that doesn't even work. Because at one would just create another anonymous function that can't be called, and then this would just be a compile error. I mean, not this, but like if I add one here, and at 1 here, then it would, like, next to the time sign. Whereas if I just do, if I at 0, then it's, yeah, that has to be the correct rule, right? That has to be correct. Otherwise, you can't get granular, because you ideally want granular control. The downside is that it's not immediately. The downside is that it's not immediately clear what at or at refers to. You have to manually hunt for the sub-expression. Unless I invert it, right? But I can't invert it, because that'll just make it way too annoying for the general case. So I mean, even if I rewrite it, right, with like with the new line, it wouldn't change anything. So then you have like the while loop issue, where like you want to this feels like the breakouts of nested loop dilemma. Like what Haskell. I don't know. I don't know. I keep saying Haskell like it's important. Like that's not the important part of it. Like, what am I gonna have? Like, one map list rule equals 1 at 0 times 2 at 0, like this. Well, there is this. Take advantage of the fact that at can fairly that at can refer to the full expression which the that the programmer can probably easily tell what the outermost expression is, and then only tag the innermost, the inner expressions. Honestly, it's not, look, it's not beautiful, but like, also, yeah, just use the fucking normal braces. But like, Jesus Christ, dude. And for piping, it's just a nightmare. For piping, like... But you can also just not. You... Bro, I'm shut in darkness. What's this lighting? Or... you do... No, or... the number of ats refers to how outro... Yeah, but again, like that's gonna be tedious for like the general case. Because like if you like deep nesting, it's gonna be horrific for expressions. There really isn't a nice solution to this. Oh my days. There is, of course, another solution, which is just don't use lambda. I mean, don't use this syntax, just use lambdas instead. Is this the first true, like, roadblock map? So just to kind of brainstorm here, you could just do this, but you would prefer not to. So here you can only use it to refer to the top level function. But you know, the restrictions that imposes is kind of horrific. I mean, it's literally just piping, really. Piping is the only real reason this is annoying. Because piping requires you to use targets. It requires you to. And I'd argue it should. So... Sorry, that came out really shouty. Well, I'm stumped. I don't know what to do. I actually have no idea what to do. I will probably end the recording here. But I'm still thinking about it. Nested functions with implicit parameters. Okay, so what I can say is that this works. It's just not very easy for the programmer to keep track of, because then they need to look at, okay, fine, I have this, and then if they nest this any deeper, then this can just break in unexpected ways. Like if they happen to just copy paste it somewhere else, whoops, suddenly your code doesn't work, and you have to modify it, and remember to modify it, because otherwise it will just implicitly just break. So will silently break. How does Haskell do it? By not having default parameters. What is that? Oh, sorry, rucksack. What do you do when you reach a roadblock? You reverse and try to see where you turned wrong. So I am assuming, first of all, that there is a goal in sight. Not in sight, but like a goal exists, and that goal is called perfection. How far back do I need to reverse and find and turn before I find a solution that works? So let me try and see if I can backtrack here. Reverse my way out of this corner. So potential causes of this issue. First of all, the fact that you can have sub-expressions in the first place. But like you can't not have sub-expressions. Like you literally can't. Otherwise you can't call functions with parameters. So that's already just not even possible. I think. Other things is, well, first of all, wanting even shorthand syntax, because like you can just do this. It's just way more verbose, you know? That makes the code a lot harder to read. You can give a name, but like the whole point is that it's anonymous. Like you don't care about the name, you just want to inline it, right? Inlining is the issue here. You want to inline it, but there are limits to inlining such that it gets too verbose, right? Reformatted. So fnx at 0 still. Right? We have maybe inside the function body we have map, list, rule equals a function with y that computes y times x. I was trying to think how this would look in Haskell, but I'm not even sure anymore. I'm not sure Haskell even has a nice solution to this. In Haskell, so maybe it's just a syntax issue. Let's have a look. So map, list. No, so in Haskell it'd be lambda x map list lambda y to y times x. Somehow that is like oh well, there's no name parameters to be fair. But while Haskell seems but Haskell also doesn't have name parameters. I'll just add the name here. Rule equals. I added the names argument. For a better comparison. So again, Haskell will just be this. X. So already we have X, right? Already this is way shorter than this because we don't have 5 characters for the f and x, and we don't have the @0, right? Then we have map. No exclamation mark, so that already helps as well. We have list. No brackets needed in this case because, I mean, you don't really need brackets here anyway, but I mean, yeah, you don't. Map list, and then you need brackets because there's no delimiter, so rule equals, because we're adding that as a feature, and then function. So for, actually, let me go in order here. And then we have y, which is y times x. So slowly I'll reconstruct it. So now we're going to go ahead and add name parameters. So we have rule equals. Okay. Then it's important that we have positional specification, because we don't allow implicit argument names. So at 0, at 0 as well. Okay. And then it needs to be separate into lists, right? Into multiple lines. So we are going to add some syntax here. We're going to add back the exclamation mark and this, which does mean we can remove the nesting here, which is ever so slightly nice. We're going to replace the arrow with a different symbol, which makes it less long. It's a minor thing, but it helps. And now we see the only real difference. I mean, this can also be. And now we see that the only real difference is this. But you'll notice how much longer this has gotten as well. Like, is this really satisfactory? Probably not. So we have a function with an argument x that does a map on lists with a rule that is a function with y times x. Like, this part is important, but what I don't like how this part is here. Like, this part is just verbose. Like, I don't care that I have a function with empty args that is y position 0. Like, I don't care about that. Like, I don't care about what y is called. Maybe I care what this is called. I mean, I don't. But, like, I really do not care what y is called here. And, like, to see y times x. Like, all I care about is this part, the y times x. This part, I don't care about. Nah. Like, there has to be, like, some kind of scoping. Like, this is the scope. Comparing this to this, by the way. Like, this just looks so annoying that I guess in the way of you reading it, you know? There is another solution. So again, just normal. Okay, well, for the outermost, I'll keep it normal for now. But for the innermost, you just have y times x, and at the end of the expression, you put at y. So what this does is it allows you to define the scope and the type variable and the variable y here, right? And then I'll allow at 0 for the global scope, let's say. And now we're actually like almost on par with Haskell. How about n refers to the global expression scope. And then for sub-expressions, you can do, and then you can target sub-expressions with x at x. Or maybe at x is better. It just declares an identifier. So map a list rule equals at y with y times at 0. Right, which expands to a function x at 0 with map list, and the rule equals a function with y at 0 at that position where you have y times x. And it's actually about as concise as Haskell, really enough. Surprisingly enough. So Haskell would give you x to map list, and then a subsection here, y to y times x. It's not. What was I looking at? It is though. It should be. I mentioned the at 0 or something. Downside is you have parentheses. And that's with the named argument. Downside, you still need parentheses. So final form probably looks something like map list rule equals at y colon y times at 0. Which is the same number of lines? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I think it's one more maybe. One more character, yeah. I think that's it. I've done it. If this is ever a message to never give up, this is the message, dude. How the fuck? How have I done that, man? I'm actually like, I'm impressed. I'm impressed that like a solution existed. I genuinely wasn't expecting that, and I didn't even have to like change any like much. Like I just. Because like the reason this works, right, is because the only other context in which you would do at and then a variable name is in string interpolation. That's the only other context you would do it in. So now there is a question of how I handle string interpolation syntax. I might need to tweak it a bit, but this works. Right? Because it knows the scope for y, and then this is just a global scope. downside is that you have to use like random ass names, but now the only downside I can think of is that you have to use an explicit identifier, as explicitly named identifier. Cause like you can't do @1, cause then the other one, like the global scope, can't insert itself. There's definitely a point to be made that, again, with copy and pasting it, the global scope gets messed up. But like, I'm willing to compromise on that just because the global. I mean, first of all, you should get into the habit of, okay, if like, because like it's better than like counting the ats. You know, in this case, it's just, okay, I see the global scope, so I just need to make sure that this refers to global scope. Like that's easier to like get into your head as a habit, and then it means that I don't have to. That means that every lambda, because like the nesting shouldn't happen ideally that often. So when it does happen, you should hopefully not have this. Is that even true? It doesn't happen that often. I mean, I don't know. It probably would happen often, to be fair. But either way, well, also that at 0, also that at 0 gets messed up if you suddenly make this a sub-expression of another expression. So we're probably, so the final form is probably safest, is probably, so we have at x map list rule equals at y times at 0. And hilariously, we actually just have what Haskell has. Hilariously, this is one-to-one to Haskell. In all but syntax. Now, there's still an issue with ordered parameters, but I think just in that case, having it be order dependent is fine. It also means you can name them now, so that's pretty cool, I guess. Like, naming them isn't a downside, which, to be fair, isn't even necessarily a downside. Okay. Wow. Man, that is cathartic, though, I must say. So then we just do at... Yeah, so it means we can't do this directly anymore. We can. So again, the order is implicit. Right? So you just say at x, and then because at x is the first argument, it is literally the first argument. So then that is the first one there. Like the zeroth thing just becomes at x. And then how you order it determines everything else. Simple as that. Rule equals a function x times x. Yep. So this becomes simplified as just at x. Pretty cool, right? This as well just becomes at x colon at accumulator, which is the other place where it differs from Haskell. If it's Haskell, it'd probably just be like this. But I want I want to name them. Ooh. Everything hurts, man. Yikes. There's actually a question begging to be asked here, is why I don't just use at for everything now. Like for my lambdas in general, just have at be that keyword or symbol. Because ordered arguments, yeah. So my normal function definitions don't change. It's still like x at 0 and y at 1. That's the same. I don't want to change that. But I'm changing this just for this. And hopefully it's okay. Plus, it's just better to have it this way anyway, because then like you can immediately read that it is a lambda. Right? Question is though, like if for piping you have like every single pipe has to start with a lambda, is that really what you want? Because it gets kind of tedious, right? And like this is literally at list. Like at that point, just define list. Yeah. This does kill piping though. Like just define an equals and just that fold like I mean, the killer is just like it's positional, right? I think I'll allow syntactic sugar for piping specifically, such that at yeah. So like reserve the positional stuff just for piping. But maybe just make it like a single at. But only for piping. This way, yeah. Yeah, I like this. I need to piss so bad, man. Oh shit. Fuck. I'm trying to think, like, is there any situation where I would want this outside of piping? Probably not. Just revolve the language around using piping to denest expressions, and then everything's a-okay. The pipe just like the only issue like is if you have sub piping. Right? Issues will arise with sub piping. Has to be this. Just like X, man. The X's are killing me. I mean, look, you don't. Well, no, because like you do have to give them names, because like you can't just put at, like you can't just put zero there. Like you need to have a name. Tu ves que no, tu ves que no, tu ves que no, tu ves que no. Yeah, Jesus Christ. It kind of just has to be this, I'm afraid. It just ain't right, you know? I mean, you can even reorder this to be the other way around. So you have this, and then that just calls this. or like sorry, like this, on this, but like reversed. And I mean, it's alright. Cause like, are you gonna create like a helper function now called like map this? No, it doesn't matter because you still have to feed it. Or it just goes into the first argument. But I really don't want to do that. Like, I really don't want to do that. I'm gonna Brendan, please say something that's related to this. Holy dump. I was a moderator. Shit. Yeah, I saw that coming. Look, the issue with having the pipe automatically feed into the first argument is that it means the language is designed, or like people have to design their functions such that piping into the first parameter is what you like is optimal, you know, like if I define a map function, who's to say, like, then the first argument probably is going to have to be the list, because chances are I'm going to pipe the list into the map and not like a function, and that would just go for like every single function then. Like they would have to be designed with that in mind, which isn't ideal. And then also, like, either way, if you want to target some other parameter, then you have to do that explicitly, which is also kind of a pain. What if 8 pings? What the hell? These bots, man. Oh, it's SVZ server. was wondering what the hell this was going on. Cool. Because, like, what I see is a pattern. When I look at this, I see a pattern. And when I see a pattern, when anyone sees a pattern, well, anyone of smart, let's say, you know, like someone observant, let's say, the pattern matching human, they want to abstract it. They're like, damn, like they feel like it's that they're doing something repetitively that they wish that they could just abstract away, right? But again, if I pipe into the first argument, it's ridiculous how much it affects the language. Or just this, right? Or just this. But then it's only for piping, which is weird. And with subpiping, it breaks, which is not ideal. So like, so then like I have to have a rule with the compiler as well, so that it only works if you don't, like, you can only use it once per pipe, right? Which isn't ideal. Yeah. Also, it requires a function. Well, I mean that's kind of obvious, I guess. But what if I want to just, I don't know, just times 2, you know, just pipe into times 2, you know, like I can't do that. Well, I mean, I probably can do it, to be fair, but like, yeah. Well, anyway, I think I'm gonna end the video recording here. Damn, I mean, I found a solution. This is definitely a huge step forward, and has other implications that would be interesting to look. That would be interesting to look at later, but yeah. So again, like another major kind of phase shift of sorts, if that makes sense. But The issue right now is piping. The issue is piping. The issue is redundancy. The issue is I don't want to name stuff. Nah, naming stuff isn't the issue. The naming is the issue is redundancy and piping. That's the $1 million problem to solve right now. Piping. So I will continue to think about this. And yes. So True is coming along. Design wise. Is it though? I mean, it's like 5 steps forward, 1 step back. But like it's still 5 steps forward, so but yeah, I mean the issue definitely lies in the fact that honestly the issue lies in syntactic, like isn't it, the issue lies in syntactic sugar, because it tries to abstract something general and it just never works for everything. And it's so sad. Because like the core features of my language so far are stuff like functions. Like functions have a syntax and that's very precise. You know, like it's not sugar, like that's just the syntax. So that works fine, and that works great even. And I've really nailed that, I think. But then there's the sugar aspect of it, where piping can sugar function calls, like nested function calls, in ways that aren't even necessarily like really necessary, but just help you kind of think of it, like think of like a pipeline, right? But it creates issues. Yeah. I guess piping's the main thing right now that's actually causing issues. Because whenever you have 2 ways to do something, you got problems, right? You got problems. Especially if the way you should do it is unobvious. And I feel like piping creates an unobvious way. Because like, I'll share it one more time. Which way should you be doing this? Like this? Or just like left fold, map of array I32, no function syntax needed here, right? The rule equals this, and here we say rule equals plus and initial equals 0. Like, which is correct? This looks way nicer, but this is possible, and that is my issue right now. Function nesting is not fun. I don't like nesting functions. I'd rather just pipe all the time. Unless it's a mathematical expression, then nesting is fine. Which is a bit ironic. No, but like those are situations where I don't need to separate it a different line anyway. So they're comparable. Like piping is specifically for nesting that gets so bad that it needs to go multi-line. And you just don't want to go multi-line with functions like this. You want to have nesting. I mean, like, it's fine to go multi-line with functions, but like you don't want to have multi-line because of nesting. That's when it gets problematic. So I'll need to think hard. Think hard, pray hard, think hard, pray hard. I'll think hard, pray hard. Yeah, so the final thought of this recording is nested function calls that go multi-line are bad. They shouldn't be allowed. Can I find a solution to that in general? Like, can I restrict one while only allowing the other? That is the question to ask. Subscribe for more true developments. Yeah, and I was going to like a Scala, I think, tonight, but I think I'm not going to do that now. I was go to bed. I mean, I should go to bed, dude. Like, it's 1 a.m. I need to go fix my sleep schedule. Bye.